Review for possible action, red line ordinance, the modification of the advisory water committee. Trustee Smith and I did have some changes and we neglected to get those in on time. We apologize, and we decided rather than take the time for that, we would like to just move it to the next meeting. It is not urgent.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any nays? Okay, that motion passes. All right. Next is announcements. I would like to announce that Officer Pat Hinyard of the Paonia Police Department has been promoted to investigator. He's been operating in that position for a long time, and it's finally time that we recognize this and gave him his dues. So, congratulations to Officer Hinyard. All right, anybody else have an announcement? Yes. Any other announcements? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead with recognition of visitors and guests. Who would like to address the board this evening on an item that is not on the agenda? We have 2 people? Okay. Why don't you come on up? We are wearing masks tonight. Oh, I am sorry. Sir, you need to put on your mask. Because the board voted for that, and it is, the board decided in the public health, considering the Omicron variant and its increased transmissibility, that we were going to require masks at these meetings. In Colorado statute, you can legislate stricter than Colorado statute. You can't go below it. The CDC. I'm sorry, sir. Either wear a mask or go home and watch it on YouTube. Ma'am, that goes for you too. Thank you. All right. Michelle.
Hi, Michelle Pattison, 302 2nd Street. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Was that no? Okay. There was a post today on Facebook, on the town's Facebook site, that February water bills were not mailed. I was wondering if we could get more information on what the plan is, especially for people who don't have Facebook and didn't see that news. Related to that, you do have an agenda item tonight about whether to eliminate the town's Facebook page, and I do think it's been used to share information several times in the past week, so I hope that that'll be taken under consideration. And finally, with the water bill issue, just a reminder to the board that the board requested staff to look into the possibility of electronic billing exactly 1 year ago at a February meeting, 2021. As far as I know, there hasn't been any progress on that, but that would at least help some of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else wanted to address the board? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I just wanted to point out, I will be writing something up for you, but in light of the fact there was recently a variance hearing held by the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission does not hear variances as per our code. If you look at our code, 2-8-40, establishing the Zoning Board of Adjustment, one of their main purposes is to consider variances. The Planning Commission has absolutely no authority in our code or in state statute. State statute also establishes at 3123-307 defines the Board of Adjustment, and it's also expressly for hearing variances. So whatever variance hearing was contemplated, I think it's invalid. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, if we get many more people, I'm going to start limiting it to 3 minutes a person. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson. I was wondering why Sergeant Lauren Winnett was fired last week.
That is a personnel issue, and we're not going to discuss personnel issues in open meeting.
And do you think the public will ever find out or know that?
It's a personnel issue. We do not, that is a breach of privacy, and we do not discuss personnel issues in public meetings. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Bruner.
I'd like to know about what statute you don't discuss personnel meetings in an open meeting, personnel matters. I'm sorry. I'd like to know what statute authorizes this redaction.
Mr. Nerlin?
Well, so I guess a couple of things here. Typically, it is the procedure, I would say, of the town to not discuss former employees for a litany of issues, particularly in an open meeting. With respect to it being a personnel issue, there is the exemption under, with respect to an executive session, if it is a discussion of a personnel matter, provided it's not disciplinary, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily, if it is something that is requested by the employee, or they can elect to have it as a discussion on an open session.
Okay. I just want to say I've got some familiarity with that law, and I think this is being misapplied. I don't think the guy's a personnel anymore, and I believe there's precedent that matters relating to firings, unless it's a sexual harassment issue, are going to be ultimately revealed as public records by Cora. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I would also like to remind the audience that unless you are called on and come to the podium, I please ask you not to shout out. We're trying to have an orderly meeting here, and we can't have an orderly meeting if people are shouting out all through the meeting. So I would appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I think there's a reason why we can say there's more different denominated Christian churches in downtown Paonia than anywhere else in America. That's a fact that we have. And with that, I would ask that everyone use their power of prayer and meditation to pray for the brave and noble people of Ukraine. I love, you know, I think in a past lifetime I was a pollster. I'd like to have a raise of hands. How many people are aware of, and this is an idea for the school kids, how many people in the room are aware of NFTs? How many people are aware of the Bored Yacht Club? The Bored Ape Yacht Club. Okay. Thank you very much for that survey. So the reason why I'm bringing up NFTs is that it's a great project for the kids, and it relates to the water situation that we got too. NFT stands for non-fungible tokens, and it's going to be, you're going to see it get adopted in a large parts of our society. Real estate, banking, but right now the art world has totally adopted NFTs. So I would like to invite everyone to a first ever event next week. And if you write down the address, you can apply. This will be the first time events in Colorado. And everyone's familiar with Ethereum and Bitcoin, and I prefer calling it a distributed ledger. And the architecture of the distributed ledger is what's going to help with our water issues, because it's transparent. But we are having an event here in Colorado, and the address is ETH, that's Ethereum, ethdenver.com. And you can get on the waiting list, and I highly recommend everyone scroll down and read the year of the Kui. It's a kind of a mix of fantasy and Harry Potter. But this is going to be the first ever meeting that we have, ever. So I'm inviting you all to ethdenver.com. And then I also recommend that for the school that we get familiar with a site called OpenSea.io, OpenSea.io. That's a free marketplace for the artists. And I would like to see the schools encouraged to do an art project using these NFTs. Some of the kids are making a fortune doing this. It really would be empowering for the kids of the Valley if they were encouraged to do a project. I know that I just listened to that radio interview. I hope we can get things worked out. I may have to rescind some things that I said 2 weeks ago concerning a town employee, but I would rather wait until the jury's out on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who else needed to talk? Yes, Mr. Markle.
How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
Appeal to the board for 10 minutes.
Pardon?
I appeal your decision to the board so that I may have 10 minutes of time to speak. It's
We're discussing water. Yes, Ms. Mick.
I would like to move that we allow Mr. Markle 10 minutes to speak.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, Mr. Markle, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I probably won't use all 10. First, I was reminded recently, or just now, by Mayor Backer in your mention of the people as the audience. After I'm finished, I ask that the board consider an action to resolve that the public should always be addressed as such, never the audience or anything derogatory.
I apologize, and I will
do not.
do so
I have the
from
floor.
now on.
Do not interrupt me. Thank you. I have 10 minutes to be uninterrupted, unless I'm out of order or for cause. So I'm going to begin with what I planned on saying. I'm going to start with. I'm going to ask for 30 seconds of silence from everyone, and hopefully we can take this time to be present, breathe, okay, pray, drink some water, get your phone, something. I'll keep time. Start now. Okay. That's 30 seconds. So I'm going to ask you to begin to align board operation here to reflect community principles. I see a lot more people here than usual, which is a great thing. But I wonder how we got to this point where this many people are now interested. And I don't think it's a good thing that brings them here. I feel that we're here because of bad management. And if you've been here, you already know. If you don't know, I can give you details. But this management group, this system, has been fought for intentionally and consistently by the mayor, some trustees, and one serial meddler who does not live in town. We have had a trusting board that accepted deceptive excuses instead of results. And I fear for the state of affairs, other than the water system. I think that's probably going to be systemic. Other infrastructure, our IT system, financials, municipal records, administrative SOPs, I expect it's all going to be pretty much in the same state. But we can fix it. And I do have some suggestions. In the immediate term, we need qualified staff. Chief of police, ORC at a minimum. Those are the positions that are open right now, management positions. In the short term, we're going to need a qualified administrator. Otherwise, any other progress that we make is going to be undone. And even that's going to only last until the next administrator, the next manager. The long-term solution that we have to take is to foster teamwork and community here. Okay? We have to make this place reflect our town. We need to bring the people in. Okay? We got to bring people all the time. We have to do what we can to encourage participation in these meetings. We have to have people in the room. We have to have people watching on video. There's a term in software development, a phrase that says, many eyes make shallow bugs. And what that means is that with more people watching, more problems are seen and fixed. The people who do show know what is going on. So the question becomes, why aren't there more people here? Why isn't this room like this all the time? Right? It's because town meetings are terrible. And they've been so for many years. It's not just this board or this mayor. It's been since I've been here. Meetings are unacceptably long. They're contentious, disorganized, fractious, tedious, unbearably stressful. I am filled with trepidation and anxiety every time we start a meeting. It has seeped like a poison into my life, literally. And I can't blame anybody else for not wanting to be here at all. In fact, so few people are interested in being here and participating that we may not even need an election because we have the same number of seats as applicants. So this lack of interest and participation, I feel, is a direct effect of the systemic dysfunction that happens here all the time. And it might be on purpose. It has occurred to me recently, it might be intentional. Because if you make it suck really bad, nobody wants to be here and you can do whatever you want. Okay? You can appoint a manager who has no experience in leadership, and they will follow your advice and direction. If you take someone who can't swim and throw them in over their head, they will have to let you save them. So, in order for these meetings to build rather than fracture our community, they must reflect the principles, culture, and spirit of town at large. We're going to begin to repair that today, right now. Okay? It's not the duty of us, the people, we the people, or the board, to accept to try and work within this dysfunctional system. We are the system. We built it. We can use it. We can change it as we see fit. Fortunately, the mechanisms of repair for this system are already in place. Okay? All we have to do is enforce them. Now, all of you have sworn an oath to uphold the laws of town, right? The process of these meetings is directed by town law, and they're to be run according to Robert's Rules of Order, right? Now, I've been studying Robert's Rules of Order because I will be a trustee in April, and I've learned some very interesting things. There are a couple points. There's a lot. It's very complex, but it doesn't have to be. It's as complex as you want to make it. There are some things that are going to save us a lot of time, I think, and grief, and can make meetings more approachable and to begin to heal our dysfunction. So I'm going to hand these flyers out. I'm sorry I don't have any for the public. I'll send you a link if you want to. My email address is available on the town website. It's a summary of Robert's Rules of Order in 5 pages, kind of an outline. And it's from, I forget a university. It was prepared by a man named Douglas N. Case. So in this outline, I'll wait for you all to pass them down. I'm going to ask the board to turn to page 3, section 7, VII, and part B. Under general rules of debate, all discussion must be relevant to the immediately pending question. If there's no question, no motion before the board, there is no discussion. Okay? I'm going to turn your direct your attention to page 2, section 5, part A. Role of the presiding officer. Remain impartial during debate. The presiding officer must relinquish the chair in order to debate the merits of a motion. Okay? Now I'm going to read directly from the rules for that section. In short, the chair is to remain neutral in all matters. The chairman sometimes calls a member to the chair and takes part in the debate. Calls someone to the chair and takes part in the debate. If the mayor wishes to assert their opinion, they must relinquish the chair. This should rarely be done, and nothing can justify it in a case where much feeling is shown and there's liability to difficulty in preserving order. If the chairman has even the appearance of being partisan, he loses much of the ability to control those who are on the opposite side of the question. There is nothing to justify the unfortunate habit some chairmen have of constantly speaking on questions before the assembly, even interrupting the member who has the floor. One who expects to take an active part in debate should never accept the chair, or at least should not resume the chair after having made his speech until after the pending question is disposed of. Therefore, if the mayor wishes to participate in a discussion about any matter before the board, which of course has had a motion made upon it in order to be discussed, the mayor must relinquish the chair, appoint the mayor pro tem to run the meeting. If the mayor wishes to speak on the matter, they may approach the podium, state their name and address, and remain seated until the motion is voted on, passed or failed, and then resume the duties of the mayor. There are 2 footnotes in Robert's Rules of Order speaking to this. One is from Jefferson's Manual, section 17, sorry. Though the speaker, chairman, may of right speak to matters of order and first be heard, he is restrained from speaking on any other subject except where the House have occasion for facts within his knowledge. Then he may, with their leave, state the matter of fact. Is that time?
No, that's time.
I appeal for more time.
Pardon?
I appeal for more time. 2 minutes.
Up to the board.
Requires a motion.
Yes, we need a motion.
A motion to give Mr. Markle 2 more minutes.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes.
Thank you. Now I'm going to save you time, Mary, so that you don't have to do research on this. There is a caveat for small groups. In Robert's Rules of Order, Article 9, in small boards, the same formality is not necessary or usual. The informality observed by committees being generally allowed. In a board meeting where there are not more than about a dozen present, for instance, I count many more than that here, it is not necessary to rise in order to make a motion, nor wait for recognition by the chair before speaking or making a motion, nor for a motion to have a second, nor is there any limit to the number of speeches, nor does the chairman leave the chair when making a motion or discussing a question. Formalities necessary in order to transact business in a large assembly would hinder so small a body. So, if the board wishes to follow the rules, follow the ordinances, you will make a motion, then discuss without the mayor's input. You can, of course, change the rules. You can adopt any rules you see fit. It seems to me that you should try to follow the ones that are already in place. However you choose to do it, you have the authority and duty to enforce an orderly, fair, unbiased, and expedient meeting. It is a disservice to the public to do anything less. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to address the board on a subject that is not? Yes, Mr. Bruner, you've already spoken once.
Make it really quick. I want to thank Mr. Merkel. It was excellent. As far as the small board exemption goes, there's also something in there about how it's not generally applicable to legislative bodies, which this is, but in any case, the board, I think, should declare which we are and not slip back and forth without, really knowing what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the administrative report. Ms. Ferguson?
Thank you, Mayor. My written report was included in the packet. I know I have additional information regarding the water and updates for the water system, but that's on the agenda, so I'll wait for that time to discuss those items, but I'm open to any questions about anything that's on the agenda. I also want to make the board aware that in attendance tonight to also answer questions when we get to the water portion, or if anything comes up during this part, is Brandon Bear with SGM, that's our engineering firm, and Brianna Greer with SSG, the organization that's handling our water and wastewater system currently. Thank you.
Questions for Corinne from the board? Yes, Ms. Smith.
I realize it's not on the agenda, but I would like to acknowledge Ms. Patterson's question, and could you please explain, give an update on the billing?
Yes, the issue isn't with the blue bills. We would be having the same issue regardless of how the bills were delivered. In an effort to modify our bill and break out, we've been working with Cassell to break out usage and base rate into two separate line items so that individuals will be able to see exactly what their base rate billing is and what the dollar amount billing for usage is on each bill. There was an error when Cassell made the modification that caused an error glitch in mail services raw data file when we supplied it to them. So the two are working to work out that bug. And also in line with billing, I am looking at an alternative company than mail services that for a minor increase in cost provides a full sheet bill that would also include 3-month history and some additional data specific to water. But I have the last couple of weeks I haven't got to dig into that as much as I would like to. So, but that will be forthcoming.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Smith.
You may be talking about this during the water discussion, but my first question is, can you explain what happened at the break at Delta and 2nd? What exactly broke? What had to be fixed there? It was at least a 12-hour fix. A lot of water went down the gutter. So I'm curious as to what had broken there.
I'm sure I'm going to call it the wrong thing, but it was, and I do have an image that I can share with the board. There was I'm going to say flange, and I know that's not, maybe that is what it was. I'm sorry, I thought for sure I was going to say the wrong thing. There was a flange that was installed quite some time ago that failed, and it was completely almost pancaked, where it was just had crushed from age and time. It's been in the ground for quite some time, and that's what broke. And because of the age, we didn't have on hand what you need to fix that. So the reason it took as long as it did was that the contractors on site and the staff that was on site were scrambling to get the parts that they needed after hours on a weekend to make the repair. Luckily, our contractor was able to get the part that was necessary off of another job and get that in. We initially reached out to Town of Hotchkiss, who believed they had what we needed, but again, because of the age, what they had was a newer style flange and wasn't appropriate for what we had in the road.
Thank you. I just wanted, I meant to do this. I wanted to thank Cole Cecil and Dennis again for being on site to help with the contractor Roop that was there till about 2 in the morning. And one thing, I live on that street, so I got to see what was going on, and there were 4 valves covers that were frozen underneath. So it just seems like there are a lot of maintenance issues that need to be taken care of to make it easier to deal with those things, just an aside. And then in terms of, you had sent an email to the Advisory Water Committee, I believe it was, that you have hired someone for a water position who's going to start in 2 weeks. I wonder if you could elaborate on that. Thank you.
Yes, so this is actually was a former employee that used to work for the town. Jordan Redden is his name. He's accepted the position to come back with the town. He's been studying for water and wastewater certificates. He has a wife and family, lives in the area, and is interested in continuing to focus on a career in water wastewater. In the conversations I've been having with all of the other entities, SSG, this is exactly what we need. We need people that are local that also have an interest in water and wastewater. He's very detail oriented and was an incredibly hard worker. We were very sad when he left, so I'm very excited to have him back.
I ask a follow-up as to, so he doesn't have his licenses yet, but he's planning to test?
That's correct.
So will he be studying for that while he's an employee?
Yes, he will.
Okay, hopefully he gets it the first time. And my last question, which may come up again in the water, is what you mentioned here, Pipestone, and that's a name of a consultant we've never heard before. Who exactly is Pipestone and what do they do?
Correct. Pipestone is a company that, the gentleman's name is John Tedder. He is very knowledgeable, and all of our entities, again, Brendan Bear can speak to him, SSG, JDS, they're all very aware of him. The company provides maintenance and repair and assessments on PRV valves and vaults. And so a lot of this is, we'll try not to repeat this when we get to the water stuff unless you want me to. But he was on site and did a full assessment of all of our PRV vaults and valves, and is writing up his opinion on what needs repairs, what needs maintenance, what needs replaced. Overall, the feedback we got was that they weren't in terrible shape. There's a few that need some repair, and maybe one that could use a rebuild or replacement.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing Jeff? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Corinne, I was just wondering, it says that you're scheduling interviews with potential staff. Could you just give us an overview of the staff you're scheduling interviews for?
That would be for the water wastewater specific system. We still have an open public works director position, which we have some interest. I'm waiting to hear back from a couple of people with experience that have interest in that position. Still have, of course, we have open positions in the police department that I'll be re-advertising for. We have had a couple of people come in. Yes, there's 2 positions open. Yes, sorry. And that's excluding the chief, of course. So I have had a couple people come in and take applications also that are post-certified that may be interested in the police department as well.
So for the interviews themselves, we're scheduling for the ORC position?
Not the ORC position yet. These are the support teams, so that we'll have on staff that will support the ORC and the water system.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Mr. Knutson.
I just wanted to add the information about the chief of police, because the board had asked Corinne and I to work together on that. And the brochure from our recruiter, he has taken the comments from the board members, he has incorporated that into his brochure, and we're waiting for a couple pictures from the town, and I've contacted, okay, try hearing aids and glasses. This is about the police chief, the recruiting, and quite a while ago the board voted to allow me to work with Corinne on that position. And this is just an update from our recruiter. His name is Chris Lowe, GPS, and Chris has said that the brochure for the recruiting is almost ready to go. I've asked another individual in the town that is a photographer to send him pictures so that the brochure can be completed. He expects once the brochure is done, which should be within a week, that it'll be about a 30-day recruitment time. So that's the time frame right now, and that's just an update on the police chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. All right. Anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Jackson. Thank you. Okay, who else? Yes, Ms. Watson.
So I had a question about the Second Street repair. I was noticing there, I think, 4 water valves right now, and at least 2 of them, maybe 2.5, are in gravel in the filter right now, and they're proud. And I'm just wondering, are they designed to take impact of the traffic without being secured by cement around them? How long is that going to last before they start degrading? I don't know how soon the town will have cement poured around those valve collars. I don't know if you have an answer for me.
I don't.
Okay, hopefully you can look into that. And then I was curious, in your January 11th report, you said that you were looking at someone for the director position, and he's aware of the rate scale and remains interested. I was wondering what happened to that. So have all the applicants so far fell through?
We've had 2 specific applicants, and the first one didn't meet the requirements via background check, and the second one is not qualified.
Okay. I see that you said you had 3 in that report.
I haven't had follow-up from the other one.
Okay. And then one other question, do you have anybody who's filled the CDL position, who has a CDL license?
We still have 1 CDL on that's employed, and Mr. Redden has a CDL.
Okay. And then as far as training in water and wastewater, when Mitch McAllister was here, I think he was the one who was going to be water and sewer as well. I don't know what we did for training him on that, but if you remember, we paid a lot of money to train him on the CDL, and the minute he got it, he left. You know, at great expense to the town, because he was paid overtime to take his tests and perhaps even study for it. And I'd like to know that we're not going to be in the same situation for this employee that you just hired.
So first, we don't pay.
You don't have to respond. It's just a comment. Thank you.
Right, but I can respond to it. So I do have a response for that. So we've implemented contracts when we and the time amount on the contract is based on the expense for the training, so that we have some protection that way, and we don't pay staff for studying for tests or any preparation that they do when they're not on the job, and we don't pay for sitting and studying for tests while you're working.
Okay.
That's an above and beyond the daily work.
So is that a
tasks.
new policy?
No, that's
Okay.
that's always been the policy as long as I've been.
Okay. I just remembered we gave him our credit card, and he went to Junction and charged up his accommodations and his meals on that, and then he passed the test and left.
You're right. We
Okay,
did
thank you.
pay for his testing and for the time that he was up taking the classes. That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, who else? Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Can we have a report on the inflow, the outflow, the level of the tank, and the trends?
Yes, I'm gathering that information so that I have that data spreadsheet updated.
And you have that to give us now?
No, I've got the data over the last 2 days, and I have to input it along with the.
But you can't tell us off the top of your head what's going on.
I can tell you that we are averaging between 20 and 26 feet of water in our tank on a daily. And I have the inflow and outflow, most current information in an email that I received today. And I have gone and pulled the daily log sheets that I have available from Mr. Loberg, and I plan to input that data as well into the water data spreadsheet and provide it to the board and the public at the next meeting.
I wish you all speed in that endeavor. The other thing is, we have an advisory water committee that has 3 engineers on it, one of them with all the certifications necessary to run our system. I've heard that 2 people with all those certifications who are local approached the town at the beginning of this kerfuffle that's come up. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I've heard. But there are 3 on the Water Advisory Committee, and the legislation for that committee states that their task, one of them, is to consider, investigate, make findings, report, and recommend on any special matter or question coming within the scope of its work to the town's Public Works Department and or the Board of Trustees. I just want to remind everybody of that. I think this is, I think they should be involved in this. So, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pattison, I believe you had your hand up.
And for public awareness, the Advisory Water Committee has a meeting scheduled February 17th at 6 p.m. here at Town Hall, as well as on YouTube.
Hi, Michelle Pattison again, 302 2nd Street. You have a lot of open positions in town right now. Given what's known at this point about the mismanagement of the previous Public Works Director and the water system in general, I would strongly urge the board to consider removing hiring authority from the town administrator for these important positions and looking at alternatives. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Keenan, this is specifically on the town administrator's report.
Thank you for clarifying that, Madam Mayor. And I will try to stay in a narrow, straight path. So it can be a little difficult for me at times. But I just want to say that everyone in this town cares about this report, cares about the town. And I just want to clarify something that I said the last time you let me speak. I said I might retract some of the things I said about a past employee. That past employee is not in this room right now. And I just wanted to clarify that. You know, we got a unique situation here. We got very special water. We got some water issues. And if we work together as a town, we should be able to work this out. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson. Jordan Redden worked with Travis in the plants, the sewer and the water plant originally?
Some. The
Some.
entire Public Works Department worked under Travis.
Okay. And my concern is that if there was someone working at the plants with Travis that they either didn't know that this all was going on, the defunctness of it to that extent, or they just kept it to themselves. And I think that at this juncture, the board, I thought there was some sort of checks and balances created. If an employee sees something and they can't go to their direct manager, there's been situations like this before in Paonia. And I thought we set up some board where that person, if they have a serious issue, could go to that board. And I don't think that's set up currently, and that's my concern.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. Let's move on to disbursements. Can I get a motion on disbursements? Oh, yes, Ms. Smith.
I thought we were only talking about the administrator's report, and there's a finance director report here as well that I'd like to ask a question about. And I'd like to
Certainly.
note that the agendas no longer lists the 4 administrative offices that give reports. They've been combined. And just as a point, the resolution for how these agendas are designed has not been amended by the trustees, and those 4 reports should be inserted back into the agenda and separately, so that this, what just happened just now, won't happen again, so that I know that I could say, we're done with administrators and now we moved on to finance. And do you understand what I mean by those 4? The way you've changed it as of 2022, and we didn't change the resolution. So I'd like you to go back.
I do, and I believe we talked about this at the last meeting as well, that those were modifications outside of updating and amending the resolution that the board has made over a series of time. If you look at the resolution, it also includes the committee reports and is in a different order of business than the current agenda, and those have been modifications that have been made over the years since since the last time the resolution was updated.
Well,
So I believe that the board had created a group that was reviewing the agenda and rules of procedure. And so I can list them back in, but there's currently not a chief of police or public works director to provide a report.
I think that's okay to say, because this is historical record for people to go back to see what might have happened, what didn't happen. And because the resolution has not been formally amended, I don't think you should be changing how the agenda is developed, because of the confusion that just happened just now. Because I happen to have a couple questions on the finance director, and it was going to be glossed over. So just a point made that it needs to be approved formally by the trustees to change it. Thank you. So I have two questions for the finance director. The first thing is, what is an HUTF report?
Highway Users Tax Fund.
And I would appreciate it if maybe you didn't use the acronyms for things like this that we don't see very often. It's quite helpful, because I had no idea what that is. The second one is CSD.
Chadwick, Stein, Kirchner, Davis, our auditors.
And please, spell that out too, because we don't know who the auditors are. Just again, this is a historical record for prosperity, for perpetuity, for us to understand what goes on in these meetings. And these acronyms, it doesn't help us in the future, and it certainly didn't help me right now. And I have one last question. Is you have mentioned that the auditor is expected in-house on April 18th, and there were some issues the auditor brought up with last year's audit of some changes and some training that needed to be done, and we've not got a report on the training that occurred. So I'd like to make a motion to have the finance director tell us how that has been rectified prior to the auditor beginning the work. And
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
The motion was to have a report from the finance director how the recommendations from the auditor were addressed. Discussion from the board? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I think a lot of this had to do with the way financial reports were coming out. Am I correct? Is that right?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
No.
I have no idea. That's why I'm asking.
The financial report had the audit report had a lot of items to it, and the reporting of financial reports to the board was part, and that would be my concern. That's what I'd like to see more of. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other? Yes, Ms. Mick.
Also, there were some deficiencies, including some having to do with the finance officer, and she was required, I don't remember if it was recommended or required to take some courses, and I'd like to know if those courses were complete as part of that report.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Mr. Johnson. Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I have a question about the finance report. I don't want to interrupt you. Okay, I just want to make sure I have time to ask my question afterwards. Okay, thanks.
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, Ms. Watson.
Okay, I just want a little clarification. How the audit that we're undertaking now, it sounds like we're using last year's auditor. Did they have a multi-year contract, or was this a board vote? If you could just bring us up to speed on that.
They have a multi-year contract, and usually they're reviewed 3 to 5 years, and this would be year 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
I have a question on the police report. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this or not. I saw that there were 18 different code enforcements. I'm wondering if those were basically for the same thing or if they were different items.
I believe the majority of the code enforcement are for ice on the sidewalk, but we do have police department in the building, so we can confirm. Investigator Hilliard, were the majority of the code enforcement items through the month of January ice and snow on sidewalk violations?
At least the overwhelming majority were ice on the sidewalk.
All right, anything else from the board on this agenda item? All right, yes, Ms. Pattison.
Michelle Pattison, 302 Second. Regarding ice and snow on the sidewalk, there was a recommendation brought to the board probably 2 years ago to consider, rather than fining the property owner, which really accomplishes nothing and doesn't help public safety, use whatever cost is associated, charge it to the property owner, but actually have someone come out and clear the snow and ice using those funds. That way you're actually improving public safety when you're collecting that money. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else? All right, now let's move on to disbursements. Can I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve in the amount of $55,216.63 accounts payable, a Norris retirement payment of $1,680, the Chase credit card for $2,080.84, an Amazon payment for $45.71, a transfer to payroll, and a payment, a payment to direct deposit in the amount of $26,312.51, and payroll taxes of $24,812.81.
Can I get a second? Discussion from the board? Yes, Ms. Smith.
On page, I believe it's 20, I'm looking at individual disbursements. If we can be at that point, is it appropriate to be there? Thank you. I noticed there were several donations to nonprofits, Dolphin House, the high school, and the Paonia Senior Center. And I was wondering if it sounded like in the past these nonprofits would make a presentation to the trustees so we knew exactly why we were donating. And I don't think that's been happening, and I'd like to suggest that we find out, because we're giving $3,000 to the senior center. I'm not against that, but I don't know exactly what the senior center does and that what we're sending public money to. So I'd like to, I don't know if I have to make a motion that we ask these nonprofits to at least come in and give us a presentation so the public can see what they do as well. And let me ask this to Corinne. What's been done in the past so people have an idea of who these folks are, what they do, and et cetera? Thank you.
Some have come and given presentations. The Dolphin House has not come and done a presentation. That's always been championed by the police chief and by the police department, has given information about what the Dolphin House does. But I can tell you, if you don't know, for anyone who isn't aware, the Dolphin House is a volunteer organization that provides a safe place for children who've been potential victims of any crime to have a safe place to undergo interviews and physicals from physicians. I'm trying to speak candidly. Bo, I'd appreciate any support on that if you want to give any. But so that is where what that donation is. The Paonia High School, I am going to come back to you. The Paonia High School donation is an ongoing donation that the seniors write a letter every year, but it always comes after the fact. But it helps promote the seniors' night in, and that started a long time ago, I believe about 25 years ago, following a pretty significant accident that occurred after graduation, and schools started offering a senior night in where they do a lock-in, and that goes to support the lock-in for the seniors. And while we might not have a high school here, we still have a lot of high school students that attend our North Fork High School, and that was that request.
I appreciate that, and I know there's going to be some other items that we're going to donate to. So if you could perhaps put in the packet who these entities are at the time of the disbursement, it would save me asking the question, and then the public would be aware as well. I
Happy
have
to do
another question on disbursements. There's two checks being written to Double J Disposal for recycle drop-off. Now, I know about what has been at the sewer plant, that there was an illegal dumping of electronics, appliances, refrigerators, tires. So this looks like we have the fruition of most of that being removed, if that's correct. So can you tell me where these items were recycled?
They've gone through, these have gone through Double J Disposal. We've also had recycled, we had a dumpster on site from Recla Metals. And that's been the majority. So it says recycle drop off, but not all of the items are recyclable. It just, well, those ones are, that's the electronics and things that
Good.
went. But I do want to clarify that the information that I did receive from the state was that it was not illegal dumping. It was just on site for too long. That it's completely appropriate to store for a short amount of time, but the length of time that the piles were accumulating was not sufficient and needed to be cleaned up, and that's what we've endeavored to do.
Thank you. And then have the tires been removed?
Yes, they have.
Okay. Were you able to get any funds for those, or did you have to pay to have those disposed at the landfill?
We paid to have them disposed. The recycling entity that usually comes and takes them was not available to do so.
Thank you. So it sounds like we should have another conversation before there's another spring cleanup.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Two more questions. SGM, and I know there's a person here from SGM, there's a lot of work going on with the 2 million gallon tank in lead and copper, which I know is not the asset inventory, so there's obviously a separate contract for SGM, which we're not aware of. It's not on the website, so I'm wondering, what is this, if you would get this contract on the website and maybe describe, because we've spent $45,000 on this separate contract as far as I understand, and I have no idea what it is. So if you could, perhaps in the next packet, include a copy of that contract. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Jones.
There's an insurance claim there for $284.29. Jeanette Bruner. What did that involve?
The water leak on Rio Grande that happened early January occurred in front of Miss Bruner's mother's home, and when the water was running, it washed out and did some damage to the area in front of the property where there's parking. The Bruners had the situation taken care of directly, and we reimbursed for the cleanup.
So the town didn't spread the gravel in front of the house?
No, we would have taken care of it, but they had already hired a contractor to do that for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Just a point of clarification on that. Does that money come out of the town's general fund, or does that come out of the water entity funding? Enterprise, I think, is the
We're
word
looking
I'm
to see
looking
which
for.
one it was which
Thank
one
you.
it was assessed to. Water.
Awesome, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Mack.
I think I know what this might be, but on page 23 of the ink, I believe it is, there's a $1,075.55 Coast Pneumatics. What is that for?
It was a part that was ordered for the 2 million gallon plant at the request of Mr. Moore.
Anything else? Yes, Ms. Smith.
Me. One last question, which is on page, 29, I believe, under payroll. So, Mr. Loberg is being given a check for $9,056 as part of this pay period. So it begs the question, what is the $9,000 for? Thank you.
So he had his, of course, his payroll, his standard payroll, and when the town adopted the new employee resource guide and or personnel handbook in 2018, there was a portion of employees that still retained hours that were their paid sick leave hours, and they were put in a separate bank called the PSL. So you'll see that under some employees have a PSL account, and they are paid out at the rate that they were being paid in 2018 for the remaining hours up to a certain amount of hours. And that's what you're seeing on Mr. Loberg's time card.
All right, anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Kendall.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I'd like on another question on Mr. Loberg's pay. He's getting $9,000. I know on the SGS 2 weeks or last week, they said a lot of the tools for doing the testing were gone. Why are those are things that he would have used and the town should have paid for. So why are we not putting a hold on his check until those things are returned?
To my knowledge, no tools have been removed from Town Shop or any of the plants that belong to the town. There's a significant amount of tools that were used on site that actually belong to Mr. Loberg that the town did not purchase.
Why was Mr. Loberg purchasing tools that were used specifically for the plants?
That's a good question. Those tools were purchased before I had anything to do with purchasing of tools.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, follow-up question on that. If those tools were being used on town property and they were purchased prior to when you started as administrator, what proof do you have that they were tools that belonged to Mr. Loberg and not to the town?
I don't have any proof either way. But what the evidence and the information that I was provided, including by staff that still works for the town, is that those tools on site belong to Mr. Loberg. He brought his own tools. He had his tool available for anyone to use. I'm sure a lot of the reason that he did it that way was because the budget that we have for work in the town is limited, and so he purchased tools because he did operate for other entities and used his tools and used the money that the town had in the budget for the work that was being done. I have no proof or evidence to say that the tools belong to the town any more than I have proof or evidence to say that they didn't.
Based on the information that the board has received about the state of the plant and the honesty you've received from your employees, I find that unacceptable. If a policy is not already in place to ensure that all tools are tracked for ownership, all tools purchased by the town are known, tracked, managed, that needs to happen immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And it is. We've put exactly these mechanisms in place. We're building inventory lists. We're doing, just like with the vehicles, we've put in place checklists for each vehicle. I've tasked the public works staff to provide a list of what tools are on site, the toolboxes for each vehicle, so that each vehicle is numbered. Each vehicle is identified as a Town of Paonia, but they are not numbered and have not been numbered historically, but they are all numbered and identified now, so we know who is driving which vehicle. Each tool that is being purchased and going into the vehicles is being numbered and tracked with the vehicle, and the main supervisor for each department will be responsible to confirm on a monthly basis that all tools and all materials in any of the fleet vehicles are in the vehicles. And I just want to say publicly, since it keeps being stated that while there's information that's come out about the water treatment plants and the other facilities, to state that that is a blanket dishonesty to the board, it would be an inaccurate statement.
All right, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson. I think it was said that Travis got paid in the last cycle, his regular salary for 2 weeks in January. And that was because he was working with Brianna and Josh on SSG. But in that report of SSG, in the video, Brianna said that they made arrangements, but Travis never showed up. So I don't know if it's in this segment I should ask about that or when Brianna comes. But I thought that that paycheck for the beginning of January was specifically to work with SSG, and according to them, he was not there. So therein lies my question.
His paycheck was not specifically to work with SSG. He gave his notice that his last day was the 14th and was still working for the town until the 14th. Part of the duties that were expected of him during that time were to meet with SSG, and he did some, but not to the extent that we had anticipated or would have liked.
Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Watson.
So I'm sure the answer is yes, but is our leak detector accounted for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That being said, back to disbursements, I'm on page 20, and I want to know what budget did the recycling fees come out of? Was that this year's budget, or is that last year's spring cleanup budget? We're looking at how many $1,000 here? It's on page
I can tell you the
20.
recyclables are more than what we budget for
$4,000
for the spring cleanup.
Okay, and then is that just double J disposal, or when we take things to Reclametals, we do get scrap rates, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and there's some account at Reclametals that we have never seen that money flows in and out of, depending on what we buy from them or take back to them. It would be interesting to have an accounting of what our Reclametal account looks like. I have a, so when were the tires removed?
I received information that they were removed toward the very end of last week.
Okay, because on January 30th, they were all still there.
That was not the very end of last week.
Okay. So the other question I have is about the donations. I'm uncomfortable. Who's deciding these donations? It's not the board as a whole. Who gets to make that ultimate decision? Because the thing that I feel is sad when it's kept so quiet and just under the guise of these disbursements is that there are entities that probably would love to have a donation, that would submit, but they don't really know what happens. So when you have a public presentation from an organization, it lets us all know what it is. An example is our Historical Society. Wouldn't it be nice to give them a donation? They maintain that land there, they maintain the lawn, they use town water at great expense to this Historical Society.
They don't pay for that.
That's
we give
what
them
they
the
told
water
me.
for free.
Okay, that's what they've told me, but in the past. But I mean, it would be kind of nice to spread the wealth around a little bit, whether or not, you know, and I think just having it come in front of the public, I've never seen this type of secrecy before. And I will call it secrecy. I mean, I've been coming to the board meetings for 20 years, and I've never seen this level of non-communication on that topic.
So if I may answer that question
Well,
before
no,
we
I'm
get
just
to
saying
another
this is
one.
for the board. This is not for Corinne Ferguson to answer me.
I'm sorry, I thought, Mayor,
You
may I?
make the decision
Ms.
Mayor,
Ferguson?
may I
Yes.
thought this was an opportunity for the community to ask questions about disbursements.
Yes,
So
that's
I'm
what
to
I'm
answer
saying.
the
This is a
question.
question about disbursements.
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
asked
my
for
other
recognition.
question, please don't take my time, is the SGM here. I'm seeing the lead and copper compliance, and I don't know if a trustee asked this. I'm sorry if I wasn't paying attention, but over the last 6 months, we've spent, it looks by these disbursements, about $22,000 for lead and copper compliance, and about $22,000 for tank recoding, 2 million gallon, to the tune of about $45,000. I was wondering, was there a contract for that? Where can this contract be seen? Is the lead and copper testing is what I'm assuming it is? Is it really that expensive, or what is lead and copper compliance? I mean, maybe it's not described very well in detail here, and that's the basis of my misunderstanding. But I'm just wondering, why are there these routine payments, and if that could just be described.
Sure, but first I would like to answer the first question about the donations. Donations are specifically included and provided and discussed at every budget cycle every year for as many years as I've done the budget. They were included in this previous budget. They were. The board stated that for the Board of Trustees that sat and made this budget had stated that they didn't want line item breakdowns and they wanted total donation, but the names of those that are donated to are the same names that have been in every budget and have been provided every year in
We
the
don't
budget.
donate to the same organizations year after year after year. In the past, that hasn't been the case. And what I'm saying is it would be nice if we could open up the field a little bit.
Ms. Watson, can Ms. Ferguson
No,
finish her
because I'm
statement?
just making comments about this here. What I'm saying, my point to the
Okay, point
trustees.
of order, Ms. Watson. Ms. Ferguson was still talking and you interrupted her. If you don't want to be interrupted, then please.
No, there's not. You should, please. All I'm making is a statement to the Board of Trustees. I'm talking to the board. I'm not talking to Trustee Ferguson. But I'm saying that I would like to see this being a little bit more transparent and open. The budget season is always very fraught with, you guys don't have much time. You're thinking about serious issues. And there is never really a whole lot of discussion about delicate things like this. So it would be just nice to be open, to be able to open this up to the community a little bit more. Thank you.
And if we may continue and answer the other questions, if you would like to give the information about the lead and copper, which has been an ongoing, and the tank lining. Thank you, Brandon.
Oh, please turn on the mic. Big gray button. Yeah. Good.
I'm Brandon Bear with SGM. We've been doing engineering designs with the town since 2013. For every project that we do, we have a contract. So I can't open a job on my end unless I have a signed contract. That's just the way I have to do it through accounting. The lead and, the lead and copper specifically is because of, and you guys may be aware of this, but I'll try to summarize quickly. There was some lead and copper exceedances in the distribution system last year.
December of 2020.
Yeah, there you go, December of 2020. So the town contacted us, asked us if we could help them design a lead and copper basically system that could be installed. So we designed it, it's finished, it's complete. However, the town doesn't have to install the lead and copper. So this is this is compliance both at the upper plant and the lower plant. Since there's 2 water treatment plants, you have to design chemical injection systems for both plants. It's an orthophosphate-based system. It will coat the pipes. Basically put a liner on the pipes. It's such a small dose, doesn't matter. Public health doesn't matter. It doesn't affect anything. Health department's bought off on this. The thing is you don't have to install the lead and copper until there's a second exceedance, and then the state would send a letter to the entity stating that you have to then install the lead and copper improvements. Part of this was to have a storage building up at the upper plant so that they could store chemical, these drums of orthophosphate. That was sized to have, because each month there would be about 20 to 25 barrels depending on usage. We have to size the system for the entire demand, not just current demand, so the demand of the system. So there's a storage building that was at the upper plant that would allow town staff to transport the 55-gallon drums to the lower plant as well. In that way to avoid, multiple deliveries by a supplier on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. The 2 million gallons, so that's the lead and copper. Any questions on lead and copper at this point? But that's what it is, and that's what I can go back and I can pull billings and show exactly what we spent. All of our invoices are detailed. I just talked to trustee before the meeting. All of our notes, it's detailed on there exactly what we do every month on a per month basis. The storage tank. So late last year, Travis contacted us and asked if we could help with a relining project for the 2 million gallon tank. So we started into that process. It is not finished. It's in the budget as one of the projects in the future. With that, we had subs on our end that came in and did a structural inspection, a floating inspection on the tank. We've been working with different coating manufacturers and trying to figure out to help budget, to figure out how much the town needs to budget for this project. The 2 million gallon tank needs to be recoated inside and out. I know it's public knowledge. Yes, the paint samples that we're taking do contain some lead on the paint, both inside and out. I will tell you that the lead is not a problem in your drinking water. The only reason that it has to be tested for lead is when they remove the paint, when they sandblast it and remove it, because it's a health hazard. It's not a hazard, it's no problem in the drinking water as it is today. So that, yes, we have a contract for that one too. I can pull previous billings and show jobs spent to date and all that. So that is where we're at with both of those projects.
Thank you very much. I think Ms. Meck had her hand up first.
So with the lead and copper compliance, these 55-gallon drums being delivered to the lower plant has been offline. So are they just being stored there, or?
This project's not been installed yet. And so they wouldn't be, Tammy, they wouldn't be stored there. They'd be stored at the upper plant with the storage building. It's just in a sense, it's a glorified shed, but ventilated and stuff so that it doesn't create any issues. And then we had to build or design a containment per CDPHE, so if those drums leak, you have to be able to contain the amount of chemical that's in those drums. So this project is, I will say this right now, this project is not built, it's ready to go, but it is pending if there's another exceedance with lead or copper, and it's one and the same test. But if there's another exceedance, then the town will be directed by CDPHE to move forward with these improvements. And as far as I forget the exact numbers, I'd have to look, but I think there's approximately 6 or 7 drums that are required at the lower plant, and the rest would be at the upper plant just based on the size of the systems. And if the lower plant's not being used, then no, you're not going to inject the chemical at that plant. It would only be at the upper plant if that's the case.
Okay. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. It seems that we've jumped to item 6 on the agenda, new business. And I'm wondering if we want to return and finish staff reports, or continue with the water report.
Well, we were trying to get through disbursements and all the questions on disbursements.
I understand. I just was
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor. We will get there as soon as we get all the public questions. Anyone else from the public? All right, we have a motion and a second. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Michelle Pattison, 3022nd. I have a couple things to say. First, I want to point out to the board that this is a pretty good example of the chair losing control of a meeting. For the last 10 minutes, we've been back and forth between public comment and board comment with no clear distinction between the two. We've had back and forth discussion between the public and staff with both interrupting each other and without the chair taking control and managing the situation. As a board, you have the opportunity and the obligation to demand better. Second comment, going back to the disbursement of donations, charitable donations. This, to me, is one of many examples of board direction that falls into a black hole. 2 years ago, during the budget session, the board directed staff to bring more information about nonprofits, and I can find the motion if I need to. Best of my recollection, I made a motion. Trustee Knutson seconded that 2 years ago. That in the next budget session, we would get more information, and we would make it a fair process so that all of our local nonprofits had an opportunity to come to the board and participate. And it never happened. Board direction was ignored, forgotten, poorly managed. Thank you.
All right, any other comments from the public on disbursements or questions? All right, seeing none. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that
Aye.
motion carries. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda? Yes, Ms. Mack.
Okay, I do move that we accept the consent agenda. I would like to, if we can get a second, I could,
Okay.
as presented.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, board discussion.
Yes.
Ms. Mack.
Okay, on page 37 of the January 25th minutes, there was an error, and it's my understanding it will be corrected, but I just want to point out that there was an ordinance, a motion under new business, water tap moratorium, building permit, that a motion was seconded it and unanimously approved, and then it was amended, so that has been corrected, and that was all I was able to find in those minutes, so
Okay,
just wanted to point that out.
thank you. Other discussion from the board? Yes, Ms. Smith.
I have a comment on the January 11th minutes, but hang on one second, let me get to them. On page 41, under new business, it says, Trustee Meck moved to approve Resolution 2022-01 designating Paonia Town Hall as the official notices of public meeting. I think it would be good if we made that a complete sentence and ensured that it said that the official location for posting notices of public meetings.
Anything else, Ms. Smith?
I'm sorry. Hang on one second. And second, on page 42, the second, in the just the paragraph just above unfinished business, second sentence says if there are any additions or feedback from the board on any modifications or inclusions that the board would like to include into the IGA document, and it ends. So again, I think it's an incomplete sentence and there needs to be some instructions as to what the trustees were supposed to do. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? All right, we have a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Why don't you go ahead and we will vote on this motion, then you can make a motion to have it amended, okay? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. All right, Ms. Mack.
Okay,
You were
I
going
need
to
to say here, I move that we
Accept the amendments on the
accept
motion?
the amendments, the 3 amendments. Do I have to list each one of them?
Yeah, there were 3.
The 3 amendments that were presented by board members to be corrected in the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right. Now let's move on to new business discussion item regarding the town water and wastewater system. You know, and we pulled number 5. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Included in the packet is some information about attendance. So I've made the board aware, but so the public is aware. Greg Radnowski with he's the director for Delta County Health Department, and Chris Stewart will attend a meeting in the future when there is the hybrid option. I did provide some information on plant identifications because there's been some question about the clock plant and whether or not that was talking about the 1 million gallon plant or whether that was referencing the 500,000 tank that has been offline for several years. So I included that information for the board and the public. We've gone over a substantial amount of water information this evening already. Happy to revisit any of it if the board has any questions or would like any follow-up. Included in the packet also is the complete audit and information that was touched upon by SSG at the special meeting that was held last Thursday for the change order. I also wanted to share with the public that's in attendance and viewing virtually information that was also shared with the board from the Colorado Department of Health and Environment, CDPHE, and Delta County Health Department, who's been on scene and we've spoken to, who both have wanted to reassure that their issues that we're facing at the plant with some maintenance and things are just that. It's we're not in a state of emergency. The situation that we are dealing with right now with water line breaks are partially because some of the lines are old and need to be replaced, as well as the substantial freeze thaw that we've been experiencing. I do have some information also that I wanted to share with the board and the community. Let me see here. Sorry, I have a timeline that I've been working on. I've only gotten partially completed. I do plan to provide it to the board once it's completely updated. But I did receive information, let me see here, from Filter Tech on the follow-up of their assessment. So Filter Tech, again, is the entity that designed the 2 million plant. And they came out and did a full assessment at the 2 million, the Lamborn Mesa plant, 2 million gallon. And this is the verbatim follow-up on that they provided prior to reading that. They did state that they're doing a formal review and will provide that along with cost analysis for the upgrades. But what Filter Tech assessment states is that the plant is operating in a state that can produce good drinking water. It's limited to skid 1 with a leak on skid 2 and a broken pipe on skid 3, keeping them from running. The plant does have some issues with equipment that's not operating as originally set up. There is not a lot of equipment that is mechanically failing. It's more of just some issues with the equipment that need some attention. So I just wanted the board to know that I realize that there is a sense of panic and a sense of alarm with our previous ORC and Public Works Director leaving and a lot of information coming out. But I do want the board to know and the public to know that the entities that are the most familiar with the system, the ones that design it, the ones that update, the ones that operate, are coming in and are clearly stating that, yes, there are some issues, but these are not complete mechanical failures and a cause for a sense or state of emergency within the town or the drinking water system. The water that is being provided is safe and healthy water, tested and maintained in a way that's safe for the community.
All right, questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Knutson.
It seems to me, for the benefit of the public, since we do have people that are experts in the audience, that maybe they each give us an overview of what their conclusions are and what they've seen. I think that would help all of us get on the same page.
All right. SGM?
Brianna's going to go first.
Okay, go,
SSG.
Mariana.
Lots of S's.
No. Yeah.
I found the on button. So my name is Brianna Greer. I am the president of SSG. I am not myself the ORC. That is Joshua Moore. I think as I said last meeting, he's an operator. Board meetings aren't so much his thing. So we've only been involved in this system for 3 weeks now, really. And I gave a pretty detailed and maybe too long of an overview at the budget approval last week. We did notice immediately that there are issues with maintenance and things that need to happen and things that that some of which are already being addressed by SGM and JDS Hydro, among others. And so we are simply trying to fulfill our contract, which is to do the sampling, do the reporting, and do an audit to write down everything that we're seeing that needs to be addressed. We have not issued any formal document yet on that, although because there are a number of issues and there have been so many distribution line breaks, we went ahead and put forward an issues matrix in a hope that it can help not just SSG, but the town and others to track these issues, to track stakeholder engagement and rank these issues and address them in an efficient way. That's basically it.
All right. How about, we have questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Can you just define, when you say issues, can you define what you mean by that?
So we've broken the issues into maybe more easily addressable chunks. So there's worker safety issues, there's security issues, and then there are mechanical maintenance issues with various portions of the system, such as the compressor system or the membrane filtration system. We have 2 skids down now, the chemical backwash. So there's a variety of issues. When the plants did flood, as I'm sure the board is aware, I don't even know how many times, but there has been flooding in the plant. It floats tanks, it breaks things, it maybe it's just when the electrical doesn't work. So there's a number of systems that need attention in both the Lamborn plant and the wastewater treatment plant. In order to ensure continued function, I do agree that you guys are still getting good water. Your water supply is a high quality water supply, and you know, I don't want to cause too much alarm on that front. At the same time, there are issues that do need to be addressed to assure continued delivery of water.
Other questions? Yes, Ms. Smith.
When I went through some of the tables, one of the things that really jumped out at me was, it sounds like there was a tee-off of the Reynolds Spring, which normally I believe feeds the 1 million gallon tank, and there was a separate line teed off of it to go to the 2 million? Do I have that correct?
I think that Brandon might be able to answer that question better. I actually just came across some documents today regarding that. We are still drinking from a fire hose, having only been here 3 weeks and trying to learn where all the information is and everything is stored and what's happened in the past. But I think Brandon's going to be able to address that better for you.
I don't know if you want to do that right now or when you give your presentation. I have just a couple other questions as I went through the table. It was really I have to be honest, this is really disturbing. We did not know that there was flooding in any place. We did not know any of this. So I just want to let you know that it is upsetting, and we do have a lot of work to do. And so some of the things that jumped out at me was, are there any OSHA violations that have to be reported here with the lack of safety and some of the other safety issues, lack of PPE, no SDS sheets, the safety data sheets are missing?
I don't know that there are issues that have to be reported to OSHA, and quite honestly, I'm not an OSHA specialist. I'm just a person who has to pay liability insurance for people working there right now. And, you know, some of the first things I did was to realize, hey, there's no first aid kit. I don't know what the fire alarm situation is. There's no labeling on the plants about what chemicals might be in there when it comes to firefighting. You know, I think that we just need to take a good look and make sure that they're safe for people. Yeah.
Thank you. Done.
Mr. Knutson.
Again, for those that weren't with us tonight, if you could describe your background very quickly, and then secondly, if you could please, you know, when I read the report, I saw this urgent, urgent, urgent. And so by the time I was done reading it, my hair was on fire. So if you could tell me a little bit more about the meaning of urgent. But I think for those that weren't with us Thursday night, if you can describe your background, previous projects, that kind of thing, that'd be
Sure. Well, my name is Brianna Greer. I am a geochemist by training. I've worked in environmental compliance largely for mining projects, but everything from ports and harbors to steel mills to groundwater remediation for oil and gas, train yards, basically anything that has to do with water quality and compliance. And so that's where I fit in to the team. My business associate Joshua Moore is not just a certified water professional, but a professional operator, which is a higher degree of certification, Class A, with experience in membrane plants throughout the state, including Aurora, Louisville, Denver, Clifton. And he's really good at what he does. He's a very organized person. So that's just the background, a little bit of what we do. And then in terms of what urgent means, if it says urgent on the sheet, that means there is either a risk of fine if it's not repaired, a risk of environmental damage, or it's come down to a single point of failure in terms of the mechanical distribution at the Lamborn plant. That was my criteria for urgent.
Ms. Meck?
Before I ask questions, I just want to note there were 32 urgents, 33 highs, and 25 mediums for a total of 90 items. 7 were related to Safe Water Drinking Act compliance, 19 were related to worker safety, and 15 to permit compliance. It's unfortunate that the video from our meeting last week was not posted. I was hoping that people would get a chance to see that before they came here and get a better understanding of what these documents are. I do have a couple questions, and I'm not sure if you can answer them or if anybody can answer them here tonight. The first one, and I realize that the clock plant is out of SSG scope as the plant is offline, but in May 2020, the board approved a $55,322 contract with Browns Hill Engineering for SCADA system, anticipating that the clock plant would be online. We are currently paying $1,710 a month on this. Do you know if that system is working? If so, is it being utilized at the clock plant in any way, or are we just throwing this money out the window?
I can't answer all those questions. I can say, because we are trying to focus on the immediate issue of providing drinking water, and that plant has been offline, we haven't touched it yet. We got an initial tour, and that was it.
Is that something you would eventually look at?
We would like to, and I can guarantee you that Josh is itching to, but we do need additional help. You know, we can hire, but I think it's best that the town hire, so that help is here and isn't driving and is connected to the community more than we are.
I also would like to know, the Lamborn tank is being prepped, or I'm not sure exactly what the right word would be, but we do plan to have lead mitigation and a relining of the 2 million gallon plant. Can the 1 million gallon plant be shut down while that tank is relined, while still ensuring consistency in delivery of water?
I think this is more of a question maybe for Brandon, but it's my understanding there has to be a lift from the 1 million plant to the 2 million. There's some kind of lift in the works. I think Brandon will be able to answer that better for you.
Other questions for Brianna? Okay. Questions from the public for Brianna? Yes, Mr. Martin.
Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street. Thanks for your informative meeting last week and for being here this week. I appreciate it. So right now we're operating on a single skid on the Lamborn plant. So if that skid fails, that plant is no longer producing water, correct? Okay, yes, she answered affirmative. And compared to other plants that you've encountered, is this the worst one you've seen, or have there been ones that are in worse shape? Thank you.
They run the gamut and they change in time. I think that's a really difficult question to answer in some ways, because your water supply is so good. It's really easy to say that it's such high quality. It's easy to say that maybe, you know, it's not so bad. So I think I'm going to refrain from a classification. I will say that the skid that is producing, there were integrity tests performed late last week, and that it performed well. So we got that going for us. We also have Filter Tech, who's Johnny on the spot and gonna get skid 2 repaired. It was functioning, it was running when we came on site, but Josh, there was a leak that had been there for a while, and as he continued to explore and investigate, he feared a catastrophic failure that would be more expensive to fix than shutting it down, and that's when Filter Tech was contacted.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Yes, Patsy.
Christina Patterson. I just want to thank you profusely for doing this work, for coming here. There's been people that have been asking about the water system for easily the last 2 years, and then prior to that, 3 years. And I can guarantee we have never gotten the truth. And that's why we are so frustrated. So when you came on and did that video, which is not up yet, I am just so greatly appreciative of you guys that you, in 2.5 weeks, wrote up that whole table. You did more work, I can probably easily say, in 2.5 weeks than we've seen in years and years. So, thank you.
Anything else from the public? Yes, Mr. Burton.
Yes, I too want to say thank you, and I've met Josh, and I was impressed with his presence. I think he does a good job. So one question is, can you relay your impression of sticking your head in the door of the clock plant?
Our visit to the clock plant, there had been some kind of pressurized break in the past, and so it was disheveled. There was soaked books and paper on the ground. It's hard to have much of an impression beyond that, and I'm gonna say right now, plants leak, it happens. Plants flood, it happens. It's a lot of water to manage, and it's under a lot of pressure. So, I don't think you should be too alarmed that there was a leak or a break. It happens. Beyond that, we haven't dug in a whole lot. We just haven't had the time. And we do want to make sure, because we don't have whatever cell phone service works in this little valley, we want to make sure that there's some of the safety issues, like there's a working telephone hard line there so that we can call out and things like that before we dig in. And that we have the appropriate scope. Our scope is limited, and we really want to focus it on keeping you in water and keeping you compliant. We have some big brains that are working on some of the other issues in JDS Hydro and SGM. And while they may not have enumerated a long list for you all, I don't want you all to think that the system has not been receiving some attention. It has, and there's going to be a lot of work that's already been done that's going to be leveraged to address some items in that list.
Thank you. So my concern is not that the water we're getting now is tainted. My concern is that the management of the system to this point has been lacking. And I don't know about you, but I'm shocked that you can walk into these problems and our administrator doesn't know anything about them, apparently, from what she's been saying in the past. And I counted, how many? 33 urgent items. Just of those, how many would you expect in a well-run plant? Can you answer that question? Will you answer that question? By experience, is it normal to have a dozen at any one time?
I think anyone who operates any large plant of any kind encounters urgent situations on a regular basis. I think that in general, water professionals are incredibly hard to come by. Even if you wanted to hire someone else, good luck finding them. It's a matter of coincidence that Josh and I are available. If the call had been 2 months ago, we would not have been. So it's really easy to say, oh, this person's not cutting the mustard in terms of running the plant. It's a whole other thing to find someone else who will, who has all of the appropriate certifications. I run into this in industry on a really, I've had people from industry begging me to try and find these ORCs. The average age of an operator is 55 years old. It is a crisis, especially in rural America, because you guys don't have the population and the financial draw to attract this talent and you're not just competing with other towns, you're competing with industry. So in terms of, the politics of the past, I don't know. I can't say. I wasn't here. I think focusing too much on the politics of the past detracts from the issue that's current. And I will say that I have found Town Hall, everyone there, to be nothing but incredibly responsive to the issues that we've brought forward. If we ask for a part, it comes. If we ask for a chemical, it comes. And that's the kind of responsiveness that we need. I also think it's a very complicated and expansive skill set to operate these plants and to understand the regulations behind them. And so I think that maybe it's a lot to expect a town administrator or any global manager to really understand and be able to track those issues. one of the things I would like to see come out of the work that we're doing here is online forms that make administration a little easier. So when the information isn't trapped in somebody's paper notebook or scraps of paper or whatever, and it's online, and your administrator can log on and see, yes, this thing that says weekly inspection, that was done 6 days ago, we're good. That personally is how I end up managing situations where I might not be the person doing the work, and I really value these kinds of forms for my ability to confirm that the work was done. But yeah, it's a lot, it's complicated, and I would also really hope to see some ground level engagement of younger people into this skill set, because it's a strong career. It's in demand.
I appreciate your professional hesitancy to delve into the past that you actually know nothing about. I appreciate that. But again, my concern is that this is a situation that has been festering for probably more than a decade. And we have people who are legally responsible to be aware of, if they can't cite chapter and verse of regulations, have some knowledge of what's going on. And I'm at a loss how a manager could have ever inspected these sites and come back to the board with the reports that the board has received. And my concern is, like I say, it's not that the water we're getting now is inferior, it's that the management we're getting now has failed. And we're not going to reach the future that we want to if we don't change something. So, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Watson.
So I want to acknowledge that I think this report was incredibly valuable. It's what we needed to hear. I don't think, I mean, we probably would have been bust in a few months if we hadn't heard it. So I think the professionalism and the information that was brought forth has been so valuable to us. But I do want to say, the budget is busted. You have a freaking crisis on your hands. It's not about that we can't drink the water. I mean, that's not the crisis. It doesn't have to be a state crisis or a crisis from the outside. You have to recognize that you have a real problem here. I mean, $45,000 for 2 months, I think they really deserve that. But it's, for a town with our resources, it's really going to be hard for us to proceed for the rest of the year. Another 2 months, that's great. We see the Travis's salary and benefits will be used up in 4 months, basically, at the rates that we're paying. And I think this is really necessary to get Brianna and Josh on board to help us. But how are you going to proceed? There better be some planning happening really, really soon here. I think Brianna said during the meeting that you need to be hiring people that can be doing some of these things because we're too expensive. Yes, they're highly qualified to do something, but we need to figure out how we're going to move forward as a town. There are people in this valley who are operators. I know we talk about the politics of the past, but there's a politics of right now happening. I know we have at least one person around here who knows our whole system and has all the licenses that would be needed to operate this plant. And in fact, he's worked for the town. He had the licenses when Travis didn't have the license. And I think these little employee politics that we have going here are getting in the way of something. So I think the staff has probably been extremely responsive, but that's how I see our staff. They're really responsive after the fact, but they're not proactive. That's a real problem for us. And you know, as a board, you can punt. You can kick this on to the next board. I mean, that's been your style this whole time, but I can guarantee you the next board, I sure hope they'll come on and they'll give a harder look to the staff and the management of this town, because we cannot survive with what we have currently. So I also want to say that we had a CDPHE violation in it was the fall of 2020. They came through, CDPHE inspected, and they came up with some significant violations that we were supposed to cure. Yeah, the staff is really responsive, but you see, it's like keeping that from happening would be really nice to have that proactivity. And the excuse that we were giving at the time, the reason why there were so many violations, is because the inspector wasn't the usual guy, and he was a lot tougher than we usually get. I mean, that is freaking lame for a staff to expect an explanation.
Ms. Watson, we are way off subject.
Okay, what
we
I'm
are
saying
supposed
is,
to be asking Ms.
Okay,
Brianna questions.
So what I'm saying is, how does your inspections that you do differ from what we see with CDPHE? And as CDPHE, what realm do their inspections actually fall in? Is it the bare minimum that you need to know kind of the baseline is just kind of limping along, or do we need to do things that are a little bit more comprehensive? And also, if you could reiterate what you said about hiring, you know, maybe more talent perhaps to do some of these jobs that you're currently trying to do yourself that you probably shouldn't, you know, you didn't anticipate to do, and what we want to look toward the future on. Thank you. And also, do you know about the Colorado Rural Water Association? We are a member. We have never reached out to them. And I'd like to know, do you know them at all? Do you know what they do? And I mean, in the absence of them being invited to one of our meetings, perhaps you can describe what they do a little bit. Thank you.
That was a lot of questions. So I'm going to try and work in reverse order. The Colorado Rural Water Association, we've been in communication with them this week. They provide advice on where to obtain services, what services might be available, tactics, if an operator isn't certain, say, what a certain effect might have on their lagoons, they're a resource. So they are being used. Let's see. In terms of hiring, skill sets, you know, what you want is people with a strong attention to detail, a willingness to write things down. You're never going to get all your skill sets in your employees, and that's where you go to outside contractors. In working with industry, and I think this is getting to your other question, industry very commonly to avoid to be transparent. They very often use outside firms to do their required reporting and their sampling, because that way the person in charge of the system isn't the same person doing the reports. So it's like having an audit every month of some kind. You know, so you know that at least the numbers going in aren't just what someone wishes they were. And so that would be one way to address, I think, what your first question was, to provide a little more oversight and to not have things creep up on you again. I might if it was me, I might suggest, hey, you know, great, we finally have our good internal team. We don't need to pay SSG's ransom anymore. That when you start to see a violation, start to see violations being reported, that's the time for an audit, because CDPHE, they're going to be late to the game, and they, you know, they're not prevention, they're response and fines. So they're not looking at it in the same way that an operator who's invested in doing a good job is going to look at it. I would definitely suggest that you're not have your ORC be the same person as your public works director. It creates an opportunity for conflict of interest.
Great. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Keenan, we are taking questions to Brianna.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was outside listening to your presentation. Thank you. You mentioned that you would like to see more stuff online. And I'm wondering if you are involved with along with the online data, you're looking into the blockchain technology. We have and do you feel that we should? We have a governor that is advocating that the water municipalities do adopt a distributed ledger. So I would recommend that since our governor is suggesting it, that we as a small town get involved with that. And then also on a side note, something that I have talked with the council before, are you familiar with the work of air diffusion out of Chicago for wastewater? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, anyone else?
To
Sure.
respond, if I may?
Sure.
No idea about air diffusion. In terms of adopting blockchain technologies for water treatment systems, I think the state and the governors and a lot of people who live in big cities want a lot of technology that is difficult, and this comes down to even water treatment requirements, that is very difficult for small entities to adopt.
Very much for coming and enlightening us.
Okay, I'm going to try, let's see. Your question first was about the Reynolds. Can you repeat it so I can see if I can answer that one?
Yes, I was seeing some entries about teeing with the Reynolds Spring pipeline, perhaps. It sounds like Reynolds Spring, which normally goes to the 1 million, was somehow, perhaps, there was there an installation to try to get Reynolds Spring water to the 2 million? That's my question.
Okay, so my knowledge of the water system is that the upper plant and the lower plant have different sources. So there's different spring sources for each plant. In order to run the lower plant and push, and say that you're going to use that water at the 2 million, that can't happen right now the way it's configured. You'd have to put in a pump station to pump water up to the Lamborn plant, the 2 million plant, and treat it that way. So there's separate connections right now. And it involved a pump station to do so. The current project that we're looking at, or designing, if you will, that it was a result of JDS's report and modeling, which they're another engineer who's been helping the town, was a altitude valve at the lower plant that would allow water to be fed into the tank from the upper system. So water would be fed into the 1 million gallon tank from the upper system, because the pipe runs along German Creek past the the clock plant and down into town. So this project would allow water to be fed directly to the tank. You wouldn't need to turn on the treatment plant, and you'd have additional storage, because you could just run treated water into lower tank, into the lower 1 million tank from the upper treatment system, yes.
That really the only way that we're going to be able to get water to the town and all the users when the 2 million gallon tank is being refurbished?
Yes, so part of the project that we're, with the 2 million tank or lining project, we've been doing with CDPHE and going through these scenarios with them. So you can still run the upper plant in a direct filtration mode, and I haven't talked to Brianna about this, but CDPHE, you'd have to raise the chlorine, and it would just be direct filtration is what they call it, and you just run it through the filters, and it would run directly into the system without going to the 2 million gallon tank. So you would still be online and have water to the town, you would want the 1 million gallon tank online to provide that additional storage. So yes,
That sounds like that is the intended plan.
yes, that is the intended plan. I need some go-ahead, I need some, buy-in from, because it's not finalized with CDPHE yet about doing the tank lining project. This valve structure, which is just a valve and a manhole, can be done, without CDPHE approval. That's just a maintenance, item that the town can do. And that project is, Corinne and I just talked about it yesterday. It's complete, it's ready to go for construction.
Do you have any qualms only having one skid running with that? Is the hope that we would have at
So-
least 2 skids?
Yeah, the hope is, and Brianna touched on it, and Josh as well, Filter Tech come out and evaluated the system. They're the manufacturer of the upper plant, or supplier, the manufacturer of the membrane skids. Whereas the lower plant, they're Paul membrane skids, and so they're very similar, just different manufacturer. Filter Tech's local out of Grand Junction. The town of Paonia has excellent, raw water, and so the Filter Tech skids work really well with this water quality. And so yes, you would want to have multiple, at least 2 of those membranes running. And to my understanding, and Brianna touched on it, is that one of the skids is purely just a valve fixture or a valve fix, and then there's some busted piping on the third one that needs to be, redone in order to have the 3 skids up and running. So again, it's maintenance. They're there, but yeah, you would want all those running. So I think I addressed your question about Reynolds as best as I can at this point.
My question was, was there anything done with Reynolds that shouldn't have been done in terms of trying to get Reynolds water up to the 2 million gallon tank?
No,
Is
that's
everything's on the up and up?
Yes, SGM's never been asked to design a pump station to push water from the lower plant up to the, from the 1 million gallon plant to the 2 million gallon plant. So that's never been asked SGM to provide any design fees or proposals for that. Okay.
Mayor? If, I was just, if I may really quick, just because it's part of this conversation, since we're talking about the 1 million, I did want the board to be aware that I've been in conversation with Kate Morrell, who's our compliance officer with CDPHE, and CDPHE is formulating the checklist of what their expectations are at the 1 million to bring it back online. They're meeting tomorrow and finalizing that, and then they'll be providing that information to me as soon as they're finished.
Yes, Brianna. Brianna, the thing is, people on YouTube can't hear you unless you're talking to the microphone.
I just wanted to clarify that the Reynolds Spring water is right now your predominant source of water. It is the main water that comes in to the 2 million plant, the Lamborn plant. It's not one of the water sources for the clock or 1 million gallon plant.
Mr. Thompson, I think you had questions?
Well,
No.
One other thing.
Okay, sorry.
I would just throw my 2 cents in there. If you guys, if you could, this valve project, that would allow the town to only have to run 1 treatment facility. You wouldn't have to run 2 treatment facilities. There's no need for a town of this size to have to run 2 membrane plants in order to provide water to the town. It's just operational, energy costs, chemical costs, for the backwash and all that. You just shouldn't have to run 2 plants. So I can't remember who's next, but there was a couple other questions. Maybe it was Tammy. You had one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked about the SCADA system and yeah, I'm just wondering if the SCADA system is is functioning at all, if it's being used at all in that plant, because we are paying a lot of money for it.
So that one I can't answer. I've not looked at the SCADA systems. I don't know. So I can't answer that question.
Did you have another question, Tammy?
I thought there was one more. but
Yeah, I
can't
think,
remember.
Mr. Thompson, did you have a question?
Would it be beneficial for the town in the long term to have the sources for each plant be able to be interchangeable, for lack of a better way to ask the question?
I would say yes, just from a vulnerability standpoint, because there's only certain springs that will go to the lower plant, and those right now can't go uphill. So yeah, from a vulnerability standpoint, water's getting scarce as it is. Like Brianna said, Reynolds is your predominant source. And so yeah, that would be beneficial to have ways to move water up and down.
And based on your experience with our system, where on the priority list would a project like that fall?
No, it's a fair question. If once the skids are operational again at the two main plants, I would say, you've lived, a number of years right now only running on the one source, or the one plant. Is it is it something that needs to be, tomorrow needs to get done? No. Is it something you should plan for? Yes. I'd probably put it in a medium, but it's, category. If I was, low, medium, high, I'd probably put it in a medium at this point. But water rights are not easy in Colorado, so you need, use the water that you can. You guys have a good system. It's gravity. You don't have to pump it into the town. It's all gravity fed. That's nice. Yep, you're welcome.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Just two questions. One, I understand there's a lot of leakage in our system, and how much of a priority is it to do the leak detection process? And then I'll have a second question when you're done.
So leak detection, if you already know, and that's what we also prepared the mapping and the CIP plan that we'll present later. Corinne's getting that on your guys' schedule. In that report identifies a number of areas that are that are problem areas that have old pipes. You guys already know this. So that priority list may change based on what you guys, what we know. The leaks are a bigger concern from an engineering standpoint because you're just wasting water. And so that your plant's running more than it needs to because you're losing, I don't know the number exactly, but 30, 40, 50% is my guess is what you're losing. How much? 34. So an industry standard is 10%.
That's treated water?
That's treated water.
Second question, and I have a very rudimentary understanding of our system, but if I got it right, that 2 million gallon tank also services a lot of the out-of-town water users that are up higher on the mesas. And my question is, when you're trying to only run the 1 million, is there sufficient water for those higher elevation people that don't live inside the town?
So yes, that would be a challenge. It would be addressed because you're still producing the same amount of water on a per gallon basis. So you'd still be able to address your demand needs as it sits now. The 1 million gallon tank would satisfy the in-town users. And that would be where their buffer would be. The out-of-town would be the additional demand that it would be direct filtered and not run to the plant and not run to the tank. So you could still provide water to them.
I'm concerned about water pressure for them, and
It's still the same. The tank,
Okay.
they would still have adequate pressure based on the modeling. And again, we didn't do the model. I have a copy of the model. JDS did the modeling, but as I looked at it, there's still adequate pressure.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Yes,
May I-
Ms. Ferguson.
I wanted to make sure and clarify. Trustee Knutson, are you talking about only during the time that we're doing the 2 million gallon repair or, okay. And then, Brandon, if you could, there's been some concern and question about if when the town is only operating the 2 million, that because the pressure is as high as it is, because it was designed, the 2 million was designed for the out-of-town users and the 1 million was designed more for the in-town users, that there's an issue with the levels, the pressure set at in the vaults, and how would we address that if we weren't operating the 1 million?
So with the PRV vaults, those are basically all to address different areas within the pressure zones within the town. As Corinne mentioned a little bit earlier in her report, that John Tedder came and did an evaluation. John Tedder is a well-known, PRV guru, I guess is the best, expert. And so I would, we use him a lot in our designs. We spec a lot of his, the clay valve equipment. And so once those are replaced, repaired, maintenance, whatever, recommendations from John, and I'd be glad to look that over and look at that, is that you shouldn't have, those PRVs regulate the pressure within town. There is a couple of out-of-town PRVs as well, and that would regulate their pressures out there as well. If it's low enough, and that's what I'd do to check in the model again, then the PRV wouldn't have an effect because it's already at that pressure, and the PRV wouldn't have to reduce it down. And so the pressure concerns would be fixed with the PRV vaults. That is one step that can help. There's some older, pipes in the town. The pressure concerns, those PRV vaults will help. That's not the only reason. The pipes are old. That's what causes breakage as well. So it's not just pressure, it's age of pipes. And some of those pipes are, let me see if I can tell you. They were installed in, some of the ones that we were looking at that need a lot of replacement are 1960s. And that's where I've been told by staff, by Travis before, that it's this old cast iron / steel line that's an oddball size between 5. Jeff could probably speak to it as well. That's a big source of the infrastructure leaks that are in town.
All right, anything else from the board? All right, question specifically to Brandon from the public. Yes, Suzanne.
So I'm curious, do we need the lower treatment plant? And why weren't we told that it was kind of irrelevant before we spent millions of dollars on it? I mean, is it just something that we wanted as a spare? You're saying that we can just operate off the 2 million, and I don't, because it costs money. So I'm kind of curious. I really think it would be nice to have a system audit to, look at what we have and decide where we're at, because I've heard different stories and it's very confusing. Okay, yeah, I'll let you answer one of those.
Yeah, it's just
okay.
Just easier. So when SGM started working with the town, both plants were already here. If 5-ish years ago, I think, it's memory, that's when the state come down with their groundwater under the influence, and the upper plant had to change, because before it was just treated with chlorine and put in the system. It was just because it's good spring water, but the state made a determination, and they can do that based on the water quality, and that's what forced the town to have that upper treatment plant more mechanicalized. Yes. And so that's why the upper plant had to be more mechanicalized. The lower plant was already here, and so I'm just speaking prospectively. You don't need to operate 2 treatment plants. Is it nice to have? Yes. Do you need to run them both at this time? So that's the best I can answer. They were already here when SGM started doing work for the town. So I don't know the history of both and why there's two. We started helping the town with engineering services in 2013.
I want to say the lower plant, we built a whole new roof for it. Then it wasn't filled with water and it was empty and the lining started bubbling off of it. And then it wasn't designed to have that pressure from the outside. It was meant to contain water. So then it started rupturing and cracking. And then we needed to provide more support systems we've spent a shitload of money on that tank, and I'm wondering why we even spent that.
All right, well, we're going way back in history,
okay,
Suzanne.
so, no, but I thought SGM was involved the whole time, but were you only involved in the upper plant then?
So SGM did not have any involvement in the upper plant. That was Westwater. But Westwater did the upper plant. The lower plant, SGM had, yes, that's when we were brought in to help with, because the tank was leaking, and we helped provide the liner, and then there was the issue with the contractor and the QC and his lining techniques or painting. So yeah, so that's the new roof. There was no roof. The roof and the treatment building were already there, and that was never touched as part of that project. It was just the tank. And I was under the understanding that that plant had been put back online, and that's what I was told, fall of last year, that was being brought back online. So I didn't know any different until the last couple of weeks that the plant was not online.
Yeah, okay. And one last question about the pressure valves. Sounds so muffled. So we've been hearing about the PRVs for the last 6 years, at least that's how far back I can remember. And we're always asking PRVs, PRVs, PRVs. We just need more, we need more. But currently, I thought my water pressure in town was high. It's usually at around 80, 85, not 80, 85 to 90. But I was actually alarmed to see, when I looked at the pressure map, that there are areas outside of town and in other areas that are 150 and 200 PSI. And I'm actually one of the lucky ones, which is really sad because I'm really afraid for my pipes. But these PRV valves that we're talking about, really, I mean, if it's that, how simple is this? And why has this been so hard to actually pay attention to? And is it really the different ranges of pressure you're seeing around? Can it really be corrected simply with PRV valves? I know, anyway, if you could answer that. And how quickly can that be implemented?
Implementation on the PRVs, if they have them in stock in Denver, which is very likely, and John will tell us that after because he was here yesterday. If they have them in stock in Denver, then they can be shipped to the town pretty quickly. If they have to order them, you're looking at typical 4 to 8 weeks, depending on lead time. The PRVs, that's what they're for. It's different pressure zones in town. A lot of it is because the water starts up on the mesa and has to drop, because we can't put 200, 300 PSI in people's houses. Pressures between 65 and 80 are pretty typical in water distribution systems, sometimes higher. That's up to the operations and different entities. They will run higher pressures. The 150 and 200s, yeah, you don't really like that, but sometimes you have to deal with that. And then in those cases, you would want individual PRVs in those houses. And that's a way to combat that.
Our standard construction specifications say that anything above 65 requires a PRV, and they should be installed in front of the meter, not in people's houses. They need to be installed in front of the meter, but the problem is our meter pits are too small to accept something like an individual pressure valve. So we have a real problem. And when you install it in people's houses, it doesn't protect the 100-year-old iron line that the homeowner is responsible for between the meter and the house. So I'm wondering, I would like you to know that when they do PRVs, I think we have to be very sensitive to the age of the town and the aging infrastructure and the cost that each individual homeowner will have to incur if this pressure isn't gotten under control.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks.
Suzanne. All right. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Natasha Leger wants to know, what system of our size?
Oh, that's a tough one to answer. I've been doing this 20 years, and I would say every system is different. Best management practices, Brianna, the biggest one is standard operating procedures, and that's going to vary per entity. But those basic procedures of how to operate, what daily checks you need to do, what to do in emergencies, those are documents that should be there. And I believe the town has those. I don't know. I mean, I've been told they have them, so I don't know. But that's not my job is to go find those, because I don't need those as an engineer. I'm not running the system. So that's best management practices, having those standard operating procedures.
All right, anything else from the public? Oh my goodness. All right. We are at 8:59. Let's, if you come up, please, no extemporizing, just ask your question. Please, if you have criticisms, you can always absolutely email them to the board as a whole. But please, just ask your question. Mr. Bruner.
Mayor?
One more too.
Mayor?
Yeah.
If I may as well, I just want the board to be aware, I know that it is getting late, and I really appreciate Brandon's willingness to come, but I do want to let the board know that Brandon lives in Glenwood Springs, or further. I don't actually know. Silt, and I just want the board to be aware of that as
Okay.
well. It's maybe an ongoing conversation, and
Right.
as was informed, he will be coming back soon.
Exactly. Okay.
It's a room upstairs. Again, thanks. So, just on these PRV valves, the design of that part of the system seems to be a little ill-coordinated. Well, they just seem to not work. And they've gone in kind of, have you been involved in the design of placing those valves? No. Are you aware of any engineer that was involved in the placing? So those valves were kind of put in.
Those were in the system before SGM was ever.
Okay, so you're saying they go back before 2013? Okay. Haven't there been several installed since, or in more recent time?
We had one relocated, and we have one that's still not installed while we wait for JDS to provide information on where they believe it will best serve the town based on their mapping.
Okay.
Or the modeling, excuse me.
All right. There's a 500,000 gallon tank on the edge of the mesa here. Do you know when it was taken offline? It was offline when you showed up? Okay, all right. Fair enough.
I was told that it was not used.
Okay. The PRV valves can't raise the pressure. So, reducing valve. And so, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong.
Saw?
Hi, thank you for being here. Yep, okay. I don't actually
actually have a question. I just wanted to clarify meeting procedure and confirm that there will be an opportunity for the public to address the board directly following the question session. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sorensen.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of James Sorensen Price Road. I'm hearing a lot of repairs and work that need to be done. Is it realistic that the one person they're planning on hiring will also be, will they be able to effectively do that job and also be in control of the trash service, the street maintenance, the snow removal, the park maintenance, all of the things that we've had one person currently doing? That's my only question. Thank you.
Public Works, it depends on the size of the town. A lot, Public Works, I'm not saying is, they are like, in a lot of small rural towns, they are likely multiple, wear multiple hats. It's not often that you see Public Works as also doing wastewater, at least is not the operator in charge of wastewater or water and trash and streets and all that. Are they involved in all those? Yes, Public Works is always involved in those, but operations is typically another person, sometimes two. There might be one for water, there might be one for wastewater. But it's also, as Brianna said, it's a challenge to find any help, especially ORCs. No, there's no young people in the field. So, yeah, should you have multiple? Yeah. Can you afford multiple? I don't know.
Thank you. Okay, questions for Mr. Yes, Ms. Jackson.
Pamela Jackson, Ledge Road, Paonia. My question is, you've been involved with this system since 2013. Have you ever suggested to the town before that they should have a separate person as an ORC from the Public Works Director?
So yes, in various meetings, staff meetings, and it's probably with Travis mostly, it was, yeah, he was doing a lot for one person. But that's what budget would allow. Like I said, I don't know town politics. I'm not going to get into town politics. That's not. Staffing is always, it doesn't, I could go to Denver Metro and staffing's an issue. So staffing's an issue in every town, every city.
All right. Anything else from the public? All right. Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Knutson?
I'd like to suggest we let our colleague get back home.
Yes, I would agree. All right. Thank you very, very much, both Brianna and Brandon, for coming and doing this for us, clarifying things. Yes.
May I ask for a brief recess before we continue?
Sure. Would someone like to motion for a recess?
Yes, I'd like to motion for a 5-minute recess.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that motion passes. This meeting is back in session. All right. We are going to conclude this agenda item. If the public has anything they wish to say to the board, please send an email to the board, contact your board by phone. There are multiple ways. You can put it on Facebook, you can put it on the town's Facebook page, any of that. But considering it's 9:13 and we still have 5, 6 agenda items, we are not going to take more public comment right now. Yes, Ms. Pattison.
With respect, emails to the board are a black hole. There is no formal procedure for whether the board will even read an email sent from a member of the public, let alone respond to it or make it publicly known. So I would say if you are asking people to send emails instead of commenting in this meeting, which is supposed to be the public's opportunity to participate with you, that you guarantee the public that those comments will be included in the next, So I will say that again.
Sure.
Emails to the board are a black hole. You do not have any formal process that requires any board member to actually read the email, respond to it, or bring it up in public. This is our venue to address the board on issues that we're concerned about. So if you're requiring us to email instead of speaking tonight on an issue that we're concerned about, I would ask that the board guarantee that those emails will be included in the next packet and added specifically as an agenda item for continued discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Before we leave this topic, I'd like to make a motion that to give us some direction for what to do after tonight with the water system. And it's not a direct instruction, but let me make my motion and see what you all think. I move to schedule a special meeting to allow for further discussion and action to address how to move forward with the needed repairs and upgrades to the water treatment systems, wastewater treatment system, and all associated source water and treated water delivery systems, and what staff can address, and what will require hiring consultants and contractors.
All right, well, do we have a second?
Second.
Board discussion.
Don't-
Yes, Ms. Budinger.
Don't we have several studies that are just about to be presented, like the end of the JDS and the SGM? Aren't they just about finished and ready to present us with the whole finish of the study? I mean, we should do this after we get those things.
Okay. Do we have, what are the timelines on SGM and JDS Hydro?
JDS Hydro provided their update report, and I emailed it out this evening to the board. They have stated that they will be available when we're doing the hybrid meetings, which should be the next meeting. And SGM is primarily complete. They want to do their presentation. In the conversations I had with Brandon, we figured it probably would be best to set that as its own meeting instead of trying to attach it. Sorry, I've excused Amanda. She's going to go home. Because that's a lot of information with the mapping and to go over the mapping and everything. So we thought it would be best to set that as its own meeting so we can really dive into that and look at what they presented. And he's available. He's pretty open. He's pretty available. We were looking at right after the 1st of March so that our new legal counsel could be a part of that. But if the board would like to try to do it sooner, we can. So that's where we're at with those.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Just for my clarification, which reports will list the prioritization of needs?
JDS Hydro, their infrastructure analysis has a priority list. And then through SGM, they did the capital improvement plan and asset inventory. So basically, what we would need to do is use them both hand in hand. JDS has a priority of what projects they think are most important, and then through SGM and looking at the aging and the current state of some of those systems, then we would be able to say, okay, JDS says this needs to be done, SGM notes these locations, are the ones that need the first review. So both have recommendations for priorities.
And when do we expect final drafts of those reports?
SGM's final draft is already out to the board. It just needs accepted from the board. And my assumption was the board didn't want to accept it until after there was a presentation by SGM. And JDS had a change order which provided 6 months of additional collection of information and presentation with a 3-month update. The 3-month update is what's been which has been emailed out this evening.
So we're looking at 3 more months before we have the final from them.
If the board wants to continue under that change order, yes.
It seems to me, and is it okay to have discussion right now?
Yeah.
Okay. It seems to me like we have some short-term needs in the maintenance of the water system, and the SGM report provides us the information that we need to address that. So it sounds like we could move forward with a meeting as you propose and make some positive headway.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I'd like to take advantage, when we schedule this, that we take advantage of the Water Commission meeting in advance, and if there are specific questions, we could ask them. I think we're not tapping into that expertise enough, and we're trying to decide these things on our own, and we have a group of very highly qualified people that could give us great input on it, too.
So if the Advisory Water Committee meeting is meeting on the 17th, then we would need a special meeting prior to the 17th. Oh, no, you want the advisory, wait, I misunderstood. So you want the Advisory Water Committee to meet first?
Yes,
and
I
then
kind of think you use an advisory committee to figure out their recommendations to you, and instead of us telling them, I would like to hear from them. You know, so essentially, I think the cart's before the horse if we try to meet without hearing that from them first. So it makes sense to me that, you know, a lot of this information they have, and I'd like to hear what they have to say on the 17th and then have our meeting.
Okay, so my understanding then is, so we have SGM present, we have the Advisory Water Committee present, and then we have our special meeting. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think that would help the Water Advisory Committee. I can't really speak for the Water Advisory Committee because I'm not really on it yet, but Thomas can. I don't know if they have that much more to offer. I don't know. I would ask,
Yeah.
I defer to Thomas on that.
Even so, the advice that's been given thus far has been ignored. So I don't know if you really want our help, but you don't act like it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Markle.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that that helps. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Could just add, that's really, and that's one reason for this motion is to find out what in the heck is going on with the different reports. So this is really good. If SGM is ready to present ASAP, that would be our first meeting. And what's today? I don't know. How soon can we meet with SGM? What's their time frame?
I'll reach out to Brandon tomorrow and I can get a schedule. What is the board, I mean, are there conflicts right off the bat that the board can give that they just would not be available to do it? Would, you know, are we just going to make it happen? If I can give him some, make sure that he doesn't say this is the date and then I bring it to the board and everyone says no, that would be helpful.
Thinking of the next, you were mentioning when we have Jeff Conklin
Well,
online,
that was
but
initially we were looking in March, yes. But if the board wants to do that sooner in February, I haven't discussed those dates with Brandon.
Thank you.
And
I think soon.
You could have, sorry to interrupt, but Jeff's engaged, so you could have Jeff attend just as long as it's not a conflict with those other meetings.
Okay. So no Tuesday nights.
Yep. It needs to be a
As
Thursday.
if your system's running. How soon before you think you'll have your whole
We're
TV.
hoping by the end of next week, but I need to have an opportunity to test it before we try to use it in a live meeting. Although I believe if we did schedule it for a Thursday night, he would be able to come if he needed to be in person.
Okay. Yeah, I have no conflicts on Thursday night.
What kind of availability do you want to have from us as a board to participate in this meeting? If you want us all, I suggest maybe a doodle poll or something to establish availability, because I have a job, you know. It's like I can't just jump on this stuff like this.
Right. But that's. So, do we have the capacity to do an online scheduling?
Well, yes, I can. I just need to make sure that I can, we're able to do that, but yes. Okay, then yes, I can do that. I will reach out to SGM, find out his availability, and then throw out some dates to the board.
Okay. All right. So, I was going to say, yeah. So do you want to change your motion? Do you want to amend it?
I'd say at this point, I would only amend it to say I move to schedule a special meeting in February to allow for further discussion and action and to address. That would be my only change, because I think if we get SGM in front of us, we are going to be talking about all of this.
Right.
And because I have to say my main concern is we have a lot of plates spinning with consultants. We don't know how much we're spending. We don't know who's doing what. We really have got to get this lined out and somehow, and that's what's my intent of this. Will that SGM meeting be the place where we can talk about needs, contractors, because the tail end of my motion is, and what can staff address and what will require hiring consultants and contractors. That's my main concern with getting our arms around this. Can we do that with SGM?
Can you restate the motion? I think it's got I'm a little confused,
So I'm gonna restate it as I originally did it. I move to schedule a special meeting to allow for further discussion and action to address how to move forward with the needed repairs and upgrades to the water treatment systems, wastewater treatment system, and all associated source water and treated water delivery systems. And what can staff address and what will require hiring consultants and contractors.
Okay. Mr. Knutson, you had your hand up.
Yeah, at the risk of confusing things, sometimes it's more helpful for me to be in the context of a work session for part of that. You know, if we're going to be asking questions of staff and going back and forth a lot about what's the budget, how much money do we have. So I'm wondering if it can be a combination of that. Like it's a special meeting, but it's like a work session for an hour and then we move into a meeting. So that's the only suggestion I have.
You would like to make it a work session where no motions are made and then have the ability to go into a meeting where motions can be made.
Yeah. I'm trying
You're
to
right.
avoid all the formality we're
Right.
dealing with right now. Work sessions can be really productive for the public and us. In essence, I think what we just had was a work session
Yes.
with two
Yep.
consultants talking to us. And I think
Yep.
if we start with a work session that says, what are we spending on this, this, and this? How much longer do they need to go? What are the budgets? We ask all those kind of questions and really dive down so that we're all on the same page before we start making motions and going into trying to make decisions.
Yes, Ms. Smith.
Just say it's 9:27.
Oh, okay. Would somebody like to make
I-
a motion to extend the meeting?
I make a motion to extend the meeting till 9:45.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right.
So can I amend my motion to say,
Yes.
I move to schedule a work session followed by a special meeting,
Okay.
followed by a meeting to allow. I move to schedule a work session and meeting to allow
No.
for further discussion,
Put the
et cetera.
special meeting in there.
Okay, I'll keep it at, luckily I have this written down and I
Yes.
will just cut and paste it. I move to schedule a work session and special meeting, et cetera.
Okay. All right. the person who seconded it, are you okay with the amendment?
Yes.
All right, further discussion from the board? All right, anything from the public? Okay, Suzanne?
I would like to point out, I know they're adults, but I think the new board should be invited to attend, the people who are looking to be appointed, because they're going to have to hit the ground running.
Okay.
So let's make sure we avoid, well, I mean, there are other people other than Thomas Markle. I'm wondering, I really would like to see the town use resources that we already subscribe to, the Colorado Rural Water Authority. I think it would be nice if a representative of that could possibly attend this meeting. It's a association, I'm sorry, it's not an authority. SGM is great, but they are a contractor and they are a neutral party, and everything they tell you they can profit from. So I really think having something like the CRWA, please look it up on the website, their website, they have a great website, would be helpful. I think we need to start reaching out and using some of these organizations that have traditionally helped us and helped small towns with their water systems. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Markle?
My comment is regarding scheduling of this meeting. I want to remind you that despite Corinne's assurance that this is not an emergency, we are currently operating under an emergency arrangement with our ORC, our substitute ORC, which is only good through the end of the month. Okay? So we have 3 weeks to find a new ORC. 2 weeks. Well, 2.5. Two in like 5 days. Oh, sorry, 2 weeks. I would love to hear the plan as it stands for finding an ORC before this meeting happens. I would like to hear a plan actually right now.
Mr. Markle, please
Yes.
remain civil and you may sit down. Ms. Pattison, did you have your hand up? Thank you.
If I may, continue my time. Some of the other problems that need to be addressed in this meeting concern staff honesty. I think should be an important topic. We were told on August 10th by Travis that the lower plant was operational. He was never held to account for that.
Mayor, I think, again, it was just with
June
respect to the
16th.
I know, we
were told that we would have
Mr. Markle, you are
operational.
welcome to bring all these things up at the work session, but we're not going to
You're not going to create an
address
agenda
them
for this
now.
meeting at this point?
Mr. Markle, please sit down. You are done.
Am I?
Yes.
I yield.
Ms. Pattison.
So the JDS Hydro report was mentioned as a their 3-month report coming up soon. I'm
It's
really
done.
curious to see that report. Part of the reason for that, and the reason it was done in the way it was, if we think back to June to August when we were talking about the change order with JDS.
Okay, Ms. Pattison,
This
we
is-
are discussing the scheduling
Excuse
of
me,
a
Madam Mayor.
special meeting.
I have the floor, and what I'm saying is relevant to your special meeting because you're talking about the reports coming to the board. Thank you. The JDS report was supposed to include in the change order the information from the 1 million gallon tank. And we agreed as a board not to send additional data to JDS Hydro until the 1 million gallon tank was online, and that would start their 6-month period for the report that they would provide to us with the change order. If the 1 million gallon tank is not online, there's nothing to report based on what we requested from them. And any money that we've spent on that, I think is invalid because you're still getting bad data. You're throwing money at bad data again. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to schedule a work session and a special meeting. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, we're going to move on now to the possible application for a DOLA Energy Impact Assistance Fund Tier 2 grant. I have discussed this grant with Ms. Ferguson, and we are pretty much on the same page that it is probably premature at this point to apply for this grant because, first off, there is a possibility of getting matching funds from another grant that DOLA is currently discussing, which is a lead mitigation grant, which could actually provide our matching funds for this grant. And they are just discussing that beginning on the 24th, so it's going to be probably at least a couple of months before we will know whether we can apply for that grant, though Mr. Levesque urged us to apply for this grant if they come through with the money and to do that. That way, that frees up our current money that we have set aside. I am giving the background on the DOLA grant. No, they don't have all this information, Mr. Markle, you are out of order. You are out of order, sir. Either be quiet or leave. All right. So we could use those matching funds that we have been accumulating to go ahead for other projects. So we are proposing that we push this grant off to August. By the time we receive that grant, we will still have enough time to get the contract signed because we cannot begin any work on what we write the grant for until the contract is signed. At this point, the contract won't be signed on this portion of the Tier 2 grant until June, which means we couldn't do the water relining anyway. So we're proposing that we move it to August, the next grant cycle, and that we apply for this grant at that point in time. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
So there's a lead mitigation grant that can fulfill the match requirements for this grant. Is that the contract that? What's the contract? I'm sorry.
No, this is another grant that DOLA is putting together, and it's specifically for doing lead mitigation. And we can use that to work on the 2 million gallon tank. I mean, that can be part of the money for the 2 million gallon tank.
The contract you're speaking of is to the 2 million gallon tank project.
Right, that's what this grant would be written for.
Okay. And the expenditures on that project could be used to match this grant.
Right, so that we could completely fulfill the $1.5 million that we would need to reline the tank.
I understand, thank you.
Through the 2 grants. Other questions?
I have a proposed motion, but I need to bring it up after we finish talking about this grant. So I'll make a motion regarding this grant.
Sure.
If I get this right. So the proposal is to not go for the original DOLA EIF Tier 2 grant.
At this point.
At this point, but to instead go for...
If they come through, if DOLA comes through with this second grant, to go for the second grant. And then reapply for this grant in August.
So could you tell me the name of the second grant?
We don't have it yet because DOLA's just discussing it.
Okay. So here's my motion.
Okay.
And this is, I have another one I'd like to make afterwards, but this is strictly to say, I make a motion that we do not proceed with the DOLA EIAF Tier 2 grant at this time while waiting to ascertain the status of the lead abatement grant from DOLA.
Correct. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion from the board? All right. Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I don't mean to be off topic, but how do you, no, I'm serious. I mean, I'm confused sometimes here. how do you apply for a grant when you don't actually have, where's the estimate for that lead abatement and what did you agree to? Are you just kind of really doing a broad estimate is what I'm asking for? Because I know you have to remove it from the inside of the tank, but there are ways to seal it on the outside. So I'm just wondering what the scope of the project is when you have asked, when you're talking about 1.5 million, and at what point do you ascertain that?
We have had information from SGM about what this is going to cost.
Okay, but I mean, is it, have you agreed to all the services that they're proposing? Like, I remember Corinne was saying that it all has to be taken off the outside too.
Right, yes.
But is that true? Do we want to get a second opinion on that? And we might want to be working on these little things, you know, so we're a little bit prepared, you know, when the grant comes along, because you're just going with one way. And I know from working with lead paint, if it's on the outside, it's not affecting your water. And there are ways that you can seal lead paint. You cover it instead of having to take it all off.
Right. So the motion is specifically to put off this grant.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully, I guess we can talk about this during the work session.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Markle.
I believe this is correct. But there's a memorandum of understanding that was attached to this agenda?
It's a proposed memorandum of understanding.
Right. Is this memorandum associated with this grant proposal itself?
Specifically to this grant proposal, yes.
Do not agree to this understanding.
All right, well, all right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Bruner, specific to not doing this grant right now. Okay.
If this, not doing this grant right now involves this memorandum of understanding, I second his sentiment completely, that the person this memorandum of understanding is associated with stands in this room and denigrates this town and represents herself as a representative of this town to other agencies with the knowledge of without the board. I don't think this person is trustworthy at all to be associated with this grant in any way.
Mr. Bruner, enough. Yes.
The way that first of all, my motion does not include the MOU.
Right.
Absolutely not.
Right.
That is a separate part of the discussion. So just to be clear. And the way worded, I said I moved to postpone applying for the application for DOLA EIF Tier 2 grant application. I'm sorry, it's redundant. We'll have to work on it. Until we, and this is, I'm not even sure what I said, until we receive information on an alternative grant from DOLA for lead abatement.
Okay.
Does that get at what we're talking about?
All right. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Yes.
Oh, I have a second motion pertaining to the MOU with Elaine Brett. And it is, I move to deny adoption of the MOU between Elaine Brett and the town of Paonia and instead propose that Trustee Smith collaborate with Mayor Backren and perform all the responsibilities, activities enumerated for Elaine Brett.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion from the board. Okay, Mr. Knudsen.
Quite a while ago, the mayor and I had a lively discussion about consultants and grant writers. And this is kind of in the same arena. Essentially, if we can't, you know, the board has to actually say we want board members to act in capacity as staff. So what we're doing is now freeing you up to be able to do that. The other thing is I want to be careful about looking for professionals that also do this. I'm not trying to denigrate your skills, but I'm just saying at some point it may be worthwhile to get the services of a professional to look over a grant before it gets submitted and give us feedback on it. they don't have to write the grant, they don't have to be a full-time grant writer. But what I'd mentioned before is like 5,000, 6,000, just to make sure this thing's buttoned up.
And
So-
we will submit it to DOLA for his review prior to submission. And he has done this for us before. All right. Any further discussion from the board?
I would like to just explain why I do not want to see an MOU with a non-employee citizen. And one reason is Kevin Balmer, when you asked him the question as to whether you could work on grants, his answer was, I know that capacity taking on some of these activities is an issue in small towns, but that should first be identified and addressed before an elected official steps into that role. There's been no discussion of a citizen doing this in front of the trustees, and a citizen does not take the oath of office, does not answer to anyone.
Please.
So these are the reasons that we cannot have any citizen be doing this work. It needs to be someone who has liability insurance, is covered by CIRSA. If she were a contractor, she would have to meet the purchasing policy of having her own liability insurance. She has none of that. So cheap is expensive, as they say. Free is not always a good thing. So that's why I'm proposing this and offering myself up to help, and I really sincerely will help.
Okay.
And I have the skills to do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd
All
like
right,
to
we
make a
need
motion
to
that we extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, we're done.
We just voted to extend the meeting.
Yeah, by 15 minutes. All right. Okay, further discussion from the board on not signing the MOU. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Well, the discussion point that I have is in relation to the proposal that Trustee Smith is making, and perhaps this can be like an interim or a transitional step that we take in the direction of what you propose, which is using someone with an LLC or a business license to help us with. Is that? I'm just clarifying for my own understanding.
At this point, I didn't make the motion have a caveat associated with it, but yes, I think it would be wonderful to have this not, and really this is just for this one grant, but actually, so we're not doing the EIAF grant, but we are going to have to submit paperwork for the lead abatement grant. So I am offering my services for the lead abatement grant, which I, of course, when I wrote this motion earlier today, and I can revise it, and the EIAF grant, should it come through, until such time as we realize we need better help than Mary Backman and myself, and to either hire or do some sort of a contract with someone with this knowledge.
All right.
So I don't know what to do about my motion.
No, I think your motion is sufficient at this point in time. All right. Any further discussion from the board? All right. We have a motion and a second to not accept the MOU. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, we're moving on for cancellation of the annual subscription to Archive Social.
Mayor, if it please the board, I don't think this is an urgent topic, and I would be happy to bring this back to the board on the next agenda, seeing the late hour, unless you would like to discuss it this evening.
Okay, would someone like to table the item?
I move we table this item.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Moving on. Okay, next item is possible action to approve additional spending on updated electronics and sound system for hybrid meeting capacities. Yes.
So I authorized, based on the ongoing conversation at the board level, to be able to have hybrid meetings. As you can see, we've had some installation of the items so that the board and the public can participate and see who's attending virtually in the future. But to stay within the spending limits, I only authorized the installation of 2 microphones that will be in the room. The microphones that are on the table will not be used with this new system. There will be earpieces for any when it needs additional aid for hearing, for any hearing. Yes, I was thinking about you. And so what I was coming to the board, I'm sorry I don't have something a little more formal as far as the numbers, but the information given to me is to add some additional microphones so that it picks up everyone that's speaking. Would cost anywhere from about $1,000 to $1,500. And so this request was to come to the board and ask for an additional up to $1,500 for additional speakers.
Yes,
for
Mr.
microphones.
Knudsen.
The thing I like about this is it's not just me, but there's other people that have hearing loss. This really makes it more accessible ADA-wise, and so I make a motion that we approve these expenditures.
Do I have a second? Somebody say second in the
Second.
microphone, please. Okay, discussion by the board. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Is there a place, where in the budget does this money need to come from? I'm in full support of this change, but I just want to make sure
Capital improvements.
we have allocations identified in our budget for this kind of spending.
The capital improvements were listed and allocated in the budget, and we will have to revise that, but we do have the funds available.
Thank you.
How much has been expended to date on this new system?
Just under 5,000 for the update.
Further discussion from the board.
Can I ask another question? Can we get any money back? Can we surplus everything here?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I've requested that they provide an estimate of what the cost is for this, all of our components used, so that they can be included in a future public surplus.
And my second question is, when we do have these meetings, will they be able to be uploaded to YouTube?
Yes.
As now? Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? Yes, Mr. Mark.
Oops. How much time do I have? Request 5 minutes. You can, it can be you, Mary. You can just say yes. May I have 5 minutes? I appeal to the board for 5 minutes. No? Fine. Okay. So I have 2 minutes.
Point of order. Here's my question. How long did we extend the meeting, Tillards? I make a motion for Thomas Markle to have 5 minutes.
Second.
Aye.
Hey.
Thank you. I really won't use it this time, I promise. So I wanted to talk about previous work that's been done at this room. In 2020, there were several upgrades that were done using COVID funds, COVID grant funds, and there was a total of $15,000 spent for upgrades in this room for this equipment in 2020. Some of that was in June. We got a laptop. That item cost $1,200. It had no other information along with it, just laptop, $1,200. We don't know where it is, no number, no definition, no spec, no model, nothing. Laptop, $1,200. IR transmitter, these things, $650. Molding, this trim, $40. Conference phone, which we've used once, $600. Mic cable, $50 for that. $300 for a microphone for that. $40 for a power for that. And $115 an hour to install it all. The real tickets came in December when we paid $10,000 for a virtual meeting and sound system upgrade, which was marked as complete on the 16th, signed by Corinne, Dave, and Karen, for a total of $10,897. That's network audio, Wi-Fi access points, 4K network camera, cost $1,000. Access points are about $300 or $400. If you look at the video at that time, The video quality was reduced markedly when we paid this 4K camera that's $1,000. 2 camera licenses for 1 camera, according to the website. We only need 1. 3 infrared receivers, 3 more of these things for $2,550. An antenna distributor, computer, again, $1,300. 2 monitors, 2 DVD players, another computer, $700, and 28 hours of installation at $3,220. Now, this is Phones Plus. These are the same guys that are doing this. Corinne's calling them our IT department now. I don't know about you, but I feel like we're getting ripped off by these guys. I want you to say no. Find us a new vendor. We don't have a contract with them. We don't know how much money we spent with them. We spent about $1,600 a month at a minimum. Can you please help us out? Say no to this, or at least make it organized. You know, it's just money going in the hole all the time with these guys. All the time. Thank you.
All right.
Could I?
Yes, Ms. Smith.
Could you, I missed the date when the expenditure of $10,800 was approved?
It was December 16th, 2020. I can send you the invoices if you'd like.
Not at this time, but this does deserve some discussion as to what is happening with that equipment versus what we're doing now.
Also, this was not awarded to bid to anybody else. This was a no-bid contract in violation of our spending policies. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Keenan, specific to the expenditures on the hybrid system.
Thank you. Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if it's me, but I can hear the meeting far better outside on YouTube than back there. I think the way you have these speakers needs to be addressed, but I don't know if it's me. But if other people feel that way, the sound is not good. And what I would like to suggest, and I've been told that it's because of a network issue that you can't do it, and I think with a VPN, with a virtual private network, you can. Why can't I, as a citizen, if I want to make a presentation, why can't I have something on the screen here? I'm told because we can't let you do that because it goes into our, it's a security issue. Well, there's ways that you can have an audio-visual capacity for the citizens, I would imagine, without needing to be worried about accessing the security of your whole network. I should be able to come in here, and if I want to give a presentation, I can have the audio capacity and visual capacity to do that. Thank you. Especially with all this money that's being spent.
All right, thank you. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, thank you. I hope that you as board members appreciate the information Thomas provided as much as I do. I found it incredibly valuable. And I want to point out that that's the information staff should be providing to you when you're asked to make this kind of financial decision. The history of the project, what was spent, how it was used, all of that should be provided to the board as a matter of course. So just something for you to keep in mind. Second comment, this system, you all know, have you been to a single meeting where the microphone worked all the way through, where the YouTube video is easy to watch and audible through the entire meeting? Not one that I can recall in the 2 years I was on the board. So I hope you keep that in mind when you're considering vendors for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the additional spending on updated electronics and sound system. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Yes, Ms. Budinger?
How far are we already in with this upgrade? I mean, with this with the expending of the 2 microphones, that's the end of it? That's,
Yeah, so if you would, we have 2 minutes, or 3 minutes, I don't know if you would like me to provide again a history about the system that's in the room. I
Okay.
can.
Yes.
Could we make a motion that at the, oh, are we all?
No, we have a motion on the table we need to deal with. We need to, all right,
like-
we need to deal with this in the
Yeah,
next 2
yes.
minutes because we have the meeting
Yes,
is coming
trustee
to an
Budinger.
end.
So we have
We-
a
we're in a
vote
mi-
of 3.
Right,
Do
we have a
need to
vote of 3.
finish
All
calling
right,
the
so we
question?
have a vote of 4
Aye.
ayes, nays.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, the motion passes. All right, now, can we get a motion to extend the meeting or not?
I'd make a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
I'd like to make a motion for an audit of the IT equipment that's been purchased in the recent past, so we can have a view of some of the information that's being offered by the public in an official capacity for review by the board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion from the board? All right, seeing none, discussion from the public? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Thank you. I would ask that you make your motion much more specific. To say you want an audit doesn't say who's conducting the audit and when you expect to have it back before the board and what is allowed to be purchased in the interim. So I think a more specific motion would, an amendment to your motion to make it more specific would actually get at the information you're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to amend your motion?
I would like to open this topic to discussion just for input from the board so I can put together a motion that's appropriate.
Okay. Mr. Knutson?
At the risk of being really unpopular, we've already voted to put this in. But I think knowing the history of what we have and what this equipment will get us if we sell it to other jurisdictions and what the actual history, and I'm not trying to denigrate Mr. Markle's list of what we have, because it sounds like it's pretty accurate, but I'd like that to be reviewed for us and understand the purpose. And maybe the phones people should come in and explain what they've done. That would be good.
Dave, do you have a proposal on how to move forward as far as the collection of the information? I'm interested in seeing where we are at with the IT purchasing and how it affects the way we're doing business in the room.
Yeah, I think it would be, here's the different purchases we've made, here's the purposes of those purchases. And then also remembering the rationale. We hired a lawyer who cannot be here physically, and we changed our meetings to Thursday night. It would be nice if we could see who's out there on YouTube, and we could recognize them during the course of the meeting so that if they're homebound, they can still participate fully in the meetings, and I think that's what this gives us. But, you know, the point's well taken about, you know, we've spent a lot of money on this. Let's not just throw good money after bad, but we're 90% of the way there to be able to do something that would be really awesome for our new legal counsel and also awesome for the public and us as trustees.
Yes, Ms. Budinger?
Can we ask Ms. Ferguson for that history and for the reason why this is now necessary?
Do you want to keep your motion or do you want to amend it?
Do we need a motion for the board to have the information that I'm trying to request, or can we?
You can just provide
Yeah.
direction that you would
Yeah.
want that information included in the next packet or whatever that might look like.
I rescind my motion if the information on the expenditures on the IT equipment is included in the next packet.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Beck?
I guess that all begs the question, what kind of assurance do we have that this is going to work if the last one has been a real pain in the neck?
All right. All right, we're going to move on for number 10, review for possible action on the cancellation of the regular municipal election. Yes.
Are we open for discussion?
Well, according to Mr. Markle's rules, we have to have a motion on the table prior to having any please.
Uh,
Somebody would like to make a motion?
To make a motion that we adopt Resolution 03-2022, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Paonia, Colorado, cancellation of the April 5th, 2022 election.
Do I have a second? Okay, discussion from the board. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
It's my understanding that the votes of the public dictate the amount of time that different trustees spend on the board. Is that correct? And so would we not need a vote of the public in order to identify which trustees have certain terms?
So,
Yeah, Mr. Fennerlin?
I've taken a look at this issue, and if you take a look specifically both at our code, chapter 2, and at 3110-507, it allows for the cancellation of a municipal election when there is not more candidates than seats that are available.
Do any better this time around, since we have not been officially told who is even running for trustee, and neither we nor the public know what positions they stand for. It seems only right that each candidate be allowed to answer a series of questions pertinent to Paonia concerns, either in the local paper and/or at a public meeting, as has been done in the past, even during the first year of COVID. We need to get to know each candidate's qualifications and reasons for running. With all the important issues before us, why would we and the public expect anything less? The citizens should determine by municipal vote who receives a 2- or 4-year term.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knutson, you had your hand up? Okay. Ms. Mack.
So a couple of things. In our town code, section 2-1-30, cancellation of elections, and it says if the only matter before the voters is the election of persons to office, and if at the close of business on the 19th day before elections there are not more candidates and offices to be filled, such election, including candidates filing affidavits of intent as set forth in section 2-1-20, the town clerk shall certify such fact at the Board of Trustees, and then we can cancel it. But the state says 64 days before the election, not 19 days before the election. So I'm not sure what that means, but there's also in our code vacancies. The Board of Trustees, if you read about vacancies, if the term of the person creating the vacancy was to extend beyond the next regular election, the person elected to fill the vacancy shall be elected for the unexpired term. So who got the 4-year term, or who got the last 2 years of the 4-year term, and then who got to the end of until the next election. So in other words, who filled the remaining 2+ years of the 4-year vacated term by Trustee Pattison, and the final months of the vacated 4-year term expiring this year. The board has not been provided a method to determine length of term under current code. So I think we have some inconsistencies here in whether we should cancel this or not. It says where vacancies exist in the office of trustee and successor are to be elected at the next election to fulfill the unexpired terms. The 3 candidates for trustees receiving the highest number of votes shall be elected to a 4-year term, and the candidates receiving the next highest votes in descending order shall be elected to fill the unexpired terms. So I think we need some legal opinion here on are we doing the right thing by canceling it? It's not just a matter of, hey, we got 4 people and we got 4 seats. It seems like there's a little more to it than that. So if there's a legal opinion here we could get, or some guidance on assurance that what we're doing is right.
Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
I wasn't going to address the legal part. I will absolutely leave that to Bo, but the discrepancy with the dates is because that section of code has not been updated since the town made the decision to participate collectively with the organized election through Delta County. That was the dates that were required when the town was actually holding its own elections and polling places in town.
Mr. Nerlin?
So, again, it's your guys' elect. If you guys want to proceed with respect to setting forth and having the election, you can certainly do that. If you wanted to proceed with respect to establishing a procedure in terms of, one, seeing if somebody wants to volunteer for the shortest term, you can outline that process. I think it would be wholly appropriate. I do believe, because you've got the reset here, and frankly, I wasn't tasked with taking a look at this, so I don't really want to put together back of the napkin math in terms of whose term is expiring. But I do believe that the effectiveness of Jeff's term and is it Nick's term is up, that would equal kind of the end or the reset of that period.
Right. Okay, we need to extend the meeting.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, meeting continues. All right.
We are spending $2,300 to $2,500 just to decide who's gotten 2 and who's gotten 4 terms. I don't see that as being fiscal.
Mr.
I'd like to see the battle of everyone scrambling, wanting to get the 2-year terms and not being punished by the 4-year terms, given what we've been through tonight. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thompson.
I don't know, this is something of a question for you, Tammy, but I think what I just heard is that there's a period where there's potential for other candidates. No?
No.
So really the only thing that we would be losing in the democratic process was opportunity for write-in?
I guess so. Yeah.
So the only way we can have new candidates at this point would be a write-in. And so that I think is the issue in front of us, is whether or not we want to give people the opportunity to run in that fashion or to move forward with a motion.
Yeah,
Is
Ms.
that
Nick?
correct?
I think we're also losing the opportunity to have the public decide who gets a 4-year and who gets a 2-year term.
Hey. Please, we are trying to have a meeting, and if you keep interrupting. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Okay. All right. So do we have a motion on the table at this point? And
To adopt the resolution.
all right. All right, I'm calling the question. All in favor?
I don't believe you can call the question.
Yes, Ms. Watson?
Oh, you did, sorry.
Okay, you're looking at statute 31-10-507. That's what's been cited and is in front of you to cancel the election. It's activated 64 days before that election. Our calendar puts that date as Monday, January 31st. Yet 2 days after this cutoff on Wednesday, I was still considered a viable 5th candidate for the 4-seat race. On Wednesday, I was advised that I was well within my rights if I wanted to stay in the race. I verbally stated a week earlier that I should have been disqualified, though it didn't seem like anyone checked my paperwork, so I was still asked at this late date if I was running. Belatedly, I submitted written statement saying that I wouldn't run, and that was February 2nd, not January 31st. The upshot is the clerk has forced you into a position of a double standard. If you pass this resolution, you would be ignoring the clerk's deadline errors. Yet, next on the agenda is the voter initiative that you're asking the board to strictly adhere to, with the same deadlines prescribed by statute. So I'd like to point out to you there was a clerk's error here. And technically, I was still a viable candidate. There were 5 candidates on that deadline, 64 days before the election. And if you'd like to see, I did withdraw. I said, I think there's a problem with my packet because I didn't get everything turned in. I just verbally told that. Here it is. It's my acceptance of nomination affidavit. I neglected to have it notarized. I did not include it with my petition, and it was required to be included. And I could have just kept quiet, and I'd still be in the race here because no one double-checked my paperwork. So technically, I submitted a written statement saying I wouldn't run, but it was 2 days after that cutoff date. So I would encourage you not to accept this resolution. Thank you.
All right. Anything?
Thank you. I'd like to thank Trustee Johnson for his statement. I think it's spot on. I think the election is more than just the possibility of a write-in candidate or just who gets the 2-year term or the 4-year term. The election gives the public their right to participate in this process. It's their right to have a say in what happens next in this town. And it may not be the number of candidates in this case, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a question before the public and that there isn't benefit from going through the process and making sure the public hears from the candidates and making sure you're keeping people engaged rather than sending the public a message that you don't care what they have to say because it's $2,000 too expensive. And I'm sorry, Trustee Knutson, remind me how much you just voted to spend on crappy IT work. So, not a lot less.
All right.
We're talking about public
enough
participation.
of harassing board members. Mr. Keenan, specific to canceling the election.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Trustee Johnson has something, relevant in that if you want to save the $2,000, I can understand that. But at the same time, it's disempowering the community to just say, oh, we're not going to have an election because we didn't have enough people running. And I'm speaking as someone who was considering running. I do think that if you're going to try to save $2,000 and cancel the election, you should possibly think of having the 4 people that want to be on the board answer 10 questions and then have a meeting for the community to be involved with to meet them before the transition occurs. Personally, I think there's ways that you could find $2,000 somewhere else in the budget and still have the people in the town, if they want to, participating voting. And you may see some, big high numbers of people voting for one particular person. That sends a message. So I think I think there's other ways that you could save $2,000 rather than this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Mark.
As a note, calling the question requires a vote by the board, and it requires 2/3 aye to pass. My concern with not having an election is that it delegitimizes the people in the positions of the board. If I'm appointed just because I applied and no one has an opportunity to choose my name, then it could be said that nobody wanted me there. So by allowing people to say, yeah, we do want Thomas, or no, we don't want Thomas, it legitimizes the position that I will take. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, we have a motion. Mr. Knutson?
Okay, so I was appointed when I first came on the board 3 years ago. And this was a point well taken about being appointed or being elected. However, it's a false choice. There's 4 people running and there's 4 seats. So the only thing the public's deciding is who gets 2 terms, and 2 years and 4 years. You know, that's why I'm kind of struggling with it, because it isn't, do you want Mr. Markle to be on the board, yes or no? And then do you want Mr. Markle to be on 4 years or 2 years? You don't see questions like that. You only see vote for 4. Yeah. So I don't know, you know, to me, I understand. I certainly heard the argument just now about being duly elected, that's really important. So I'm moved by that. Thank you.
All right. So we've got 1 minute left. Can we extend the meeting? Yes, Ms. Smith.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Question, since I am on the ballot, I think I should abstain from this vote.
Okay. All right. We have a motion to cancel the election. All in favor? All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, that motion fails. All right. Next on the agenda is the Citizens Initiative ordinance regarding local authority. Mr. Bruner.
Got you where I want you. I could keep you here all night. But I'm not gonna. Too much brain damage. We can deal with this later. But you have to realize a couple of things. Number one, it's actions of the clerk, I believe, that have pushed this to a special election. Okay? Given the cutoff days and times before the election and stuff like that, this could have been put on the regular ballot with a small overlap. And as a special election, you have 20 days to deal with this and set a special election if that's what you choose to do. You could adopt it. We could negotiate something you would accept. Going with a 20-day time period you have to do that, your next meeting, I believe, and I've talked to your new attorney, and it's what his assessment is that's your last possible day to deal with this, so there'd be no more putting it off. But there was a couple of days between the time when you could have dealt with this and it's no longer eligible to be on the regular ballot that your clerk could have informed you was coming up, and you actually held a special meeting during that time period. And I might be wrong on this, but I think, given the confusion of there's a different cutoff date for the municipal election and the special election. I believe it's 60 versus 64 days. So I think there was actually a day of overlap where you could have put it on the regular election. And if it goes to a special election, I'm going to skewer you guys for allowing this to happen, to go to a special election when the expense of elections is an issue, and voter participation is historically less during a special election. But all of that said, if you want to put it off till your next meeting, okay. What do you want to do?
Can I get a motion to table this?
You know, I would appreciate if you at least read it enough to discuss it. Because nobody's presented a specific objection to any particular part of it. There's just been an expression from a couple of people that they don't like it.
Okay.
So if we could negotiate something you can pass, that would be really good.
Okay. Can we get a motion to table this to the next meeting? Yes, Ms. Mick?
I move that we attempt to negotiate with initiative representatives regarding other action, meaning something that we could possibly adopt. This would require the proponents to agree to a postponement of review.
Is that possible, Mr. Nolan? It was the opinion of Mr. Conklin that that probably violated statute.
I would concur with that, frankly. So,
Okay.
And I spoke to.
I withdraw my
Mr.
motion.
I spoke to Jeff, if I may.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
So I spoke to Jeff today, and it's my understanding that Mr. Bruner and Mr. Conklin had a good conversation on Friday, with the understanding being that Jeff and Bill, if I may be so informal, will continue to have a discussion with respect to the proposed citizens initiative prior to the February 22nd board meeting, which I would concur with Bill in terms of that is the last date that the board could in essence would send it to the voters and set a special election.
Yes, Ms. Bettinger.
You're counting days, and since we move our thing to Thursday, instead of the 22nd, it would be the 24th.
No, we're not till the end of March.
Not until March?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is.
And there will be a representative of Carp New available for the 22nd to weigh in on this issue.
All right. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Just have a question. So if we postpone any discussion, any review discussion of this until the 22nd, we're going to have to vote to adopt it as an ordinance on the 22nd.
Or, no, we will vote to then have it proposed as an ordinance, so it won't be the ordinance itself.
Does it have to be approved, though, by us by
Yeah,
the 22nd?
I mean, the 22nd is your drop dead deadline, if
Right,
that's
so
what
so
you're
we
asking.
could make modifications, at which point then we could draft an ordinance that would meet those modifications.
Would you be drafting the ordinance on the 22nd in direct response at that time, and we would vote to it? Usually we do it in two
Right. It would be
meetings.
adopted. It would be adopted on the 20. It would be introduced on the 22nd, and put forth for adoption.
And adopted on the 22nd. So there could be changes made to it through negotiations.
Yeah.
But if we adopt the ordinance, then there's no special election and we move on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can we get a motion to table this to the next meeting? Yes.
Question. Since it sounds like there's some pretty integral discussion going on between Mr. Bruner and Mr. Conklin, it seems like we need to know some of that. Will that be included in the packet as to we learn what Bill is willing to negotiate on? Is that what we would learn through all that negotiation?
You can certainly give direction that you'd like for, Mr. Conklin to provide an update, before the end of next week, potentially.
Because he's obviously on our payroll now, right? It seems to me we want to be able to hear what Mr. Conklin says in some way, shape, or form before, or that we can read prior to the 22nd.
Right. Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Okay, so the actual substance that we've agreed to talk about is he's identified, he hasn't exactly explained to me what the substance of it is, but as I understand it, he's identified a conflict with the way a fee or a tax is set, whether administratively or legislatively, which I guess has to do with the fee that the court can charge. And I didn't say it previously because I don't think that's really a substantive change in the thing. It's removing a landmine that could put the board in this situation of suing the voters for passing this election, which isn't going to be good for anybody. So the actual negotiation on the substance of the initiative is going to be up to you guys. I'd love to talk to him about his thoughts on it, but I don't know that I'm really anticipating negotiating with him about changes to the ordinance. I hope I get to talk to him if he has concerns or if he has a better idea. His indication to me, and I believed him, was he really wants to see things succeed. And so, hallelujah. And I asked you guys to work with me on this in the very beginning. I was really just trying to get some cheap legal help, but here we are. So.
Okay. So, 2 minutes left, people. Can we have a motion to table? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Just an idea as we go through this, because part of the issue is the ability of citizens to redress grievances with the town. Is that what I'm understanding?
Okay. maybe we should
legislate, this
let-
is the
maybe we
first
should
right
extend the
reserved to
meeting.
the citizens under the Constitution of the, is the right to make our own laws.
I move that we
Is what it is.
All right.
extend the meeting
All
The
right.
right to
we
make
have
our own
a-
laws.
How long?
till quarter till.
All right, we have a motion to extend the meeting till 11:45. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, now, continue on. Go ahead,
Well-
Mr. Knutson.
What precipitated this was, I read an article about the Durango issue, and I don't know if people are familiar with what happened down in Durango, but essentially they had the same kind of embezzlement. We did only for twice, 3, 4 times as much money for a person that had been there about 20 years, and it just freaked out the whole community. So it's kind of similar to some of the things we go through here where there's a lot of distrust. And so what the city council in Durango had decided to do is create the office of an ombudsman, which is used quite frequently to resolve disputes between citizens, individuals, staff, whatever it might be. So I'm just throwing that out as an idea. So it's just-
When I was dreaming this up, I actually considered the idea of a second attorney to be public's attorney to attend your meetings, you know, and go head to head with your attorney on behalf of the citizens. An ombudsman might be kind of like that. You're going to have to fill me in more between now and the next meeting.
All right, further discussion. We still don't have a motion on the table. We do not. Paige, all you have to say is, I move to table this, or table.
Until a date certain.
Right, until the next meeting. Move to table the discussion on Bill's ordinance till the
I
next
move
meeting.
to table the discussion on this proposed ordinance until the February 22nd board meeting.
Very good. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Any further discussion from the board? All right, yes, Ms.
I'm just, this thing is so convoluted and needs such, it needs some discussion. It needs some attention. Between now and, I can't come back on the 22nd and vote on it when, who knows? It's got to have something done to it between now and then. I don't know whether it's a special meeting or a committee to just, who negotiates?
The lawyer and Bill.
I don't think the lawyer knows anything about us. I don't think I can do the negotiation. He can say, oh, well, the tax thing belongs to this thing, but he doesn't know anything about this.
You
This is an
have to do
invitation.
your own negotiating.
Right.
You know, this isn't, it's just an invitation for harassment or for using up more staff time, and we say we have such short time that staff can't respond to us. I mean, we'll have to hire another person just to do Cora requests. And you know, and making your own initiatives. I mean, nobody's going to be satisfied with any ordinance that is adopted, not just for this, but for anything else. I mean, Mr. Burrell should come in and sue us because he didn't agree with what we said last week. I mean, you know, this is just inviting everybody to sue the town. I mean,
It's a powerful incentive for you to get it right, is what it is. And you have to do,
but no
your own
one is
negotiating.
going to agree with everything. Not every board member is going to agree with everything we do. I mean, and I don't know that you can bring this to a municipal court. I don't know legally if that can be done. I mean, it's just, there's so much in here that needs to be ironed out. I understand that you want more information. Every day, more stuff is being added to our webpage. All the finances are there. Now we're going to put the checks on there. I mean, anybody that wants to see the invoices can come in and sit there while we sign them, and they can look over the invoices. It's just, we're doing everything we can to give you more information. I don't know what this is all about. Yes, your
Mr.
turn.
Turner.
Well, you've had a long time to ask me questions, and you haven't. and we can disagree. So,
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion from the board? All right, Ms. Watson.
May I?
Wait, oh, sorry.
I'm just, Karen, when you started going down a road that was resonating with me, and that I'm not sure I have my brain wrapped around what we're trying to do. And if we push this to the next meeting through a motion, it eliminates the opportunity for conversation and information gathering, at least for me, to make an informed decision. Maybe we could do that offline. I mean, you could tell me more about, I'm just wondering if we push it just to the next meeting without like a conversation next week, if we're gonna be able to make a decision that does justice to what is trying to be achieved. And so perhaps we need to have a conversation or a workshop or something in the interim.
I think there's core limitations to how many conversations we could have. I could have a conversation, I think, with 2 members of the board. You could appoint a quick committee to talk. I'm going to be out of town, but phones work. I'd be happy to go through it line by line with you then or now. So maybe that's what you want to do, is have another committee to discuss it at this late date. I don't know. Or we can, we can,
All right.
we can go through it now.
Okay. So, Ms. Watson.
Yeah, maybe a work session, but I was going to suggest if it goes on the next agenda, you might not want to wait till the end of the night when everybody's tired. It should be one of the first items on the agenda. And as far as what Trustee Buttinger said, I don't think that we're being as transparent as we can be. And I'd like to see all the violations the town gets on the town's webpage. I'd like to see where we can find these things. And some communities actually put core requests online. I mean, there's much more information that's provided, and it would be nice to look at model communities for that. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I agree with Karen completely. I just feel that there's still a shadow where people doubt so much about what's going on, and a shadow about something that happened 10 years ago. That was a crime. You know, you got an honest staff, you got an honest board, and we should be thankful for that. And I just feel that we're wasting so much time, and we're not talking about creative things. Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Pattis.
All right, so I know for the new board members this is a lot and new too, but I want to remind the rest of the board that this was first brought to the board in July. You've had a long time to review the Citizens Initiative, and the fact that it hasn't been put back on the agenda for further discussion and possible negotiation, that is not the fault of the person bringing the initiative. That is the fault of the board and the mayor in agenda setting for not prioritizing this, knowing that it was coming in the upcoming election. Mr. Bruner made that very clear from the start. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the public? All right. We have a motion and a second to table this to the next meeting. All in favor? All right. All opposed? Nobody's voting. We got to make a vote, people, one way or the other.
Nay.
All in favor? All right. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Yes. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we actually have a meeting, a Zoom meeting, to discuss this between now and the meeting on the 22nd.
Okay. Would you propose a date?
I will. Zoom, it'll be Zoom for everybody who's coming and going. Well, how about the 15th, which is the next Tuesday? Are Tuesdays open for people?
Yep. All right.
And
Okay. You want to make it?
So, all right,
Oh, give us a time to.
Yes, how about 6 o'clock on the 15th? Does that work for you?
Okay.
All right, let me restart my motion. I make a motion that we have a Zoom meeting, a public Zoom meeting on the 15th of February, beginning at 6 o'clock, to provide the board the opportunity to discuss the contents of the citizen initiative.
All right. Do I have a second? Discussion from the board? Discussion from the public? All right, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the mayor's report is included. I think we're going to pass on that. We don't have any ad hoc committee reports, do we? I don't believe so. All right, executive session, Mr. Nerlin?
So, just for the board's information, there's not a pressing deadline with respect to the executive session, so if we wanted to continue that to the 22nd, there wouldn't be any reservations on that end.
Can we have a motion to table that?
Could you repeat what you said? I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure out, do I have to write a motion for the one that failed?
There are no pressing deadlines with respect to the PACE matter. It was just to brief the board. So if you wanted to table the executive session, there's not an issue with respect to doing that.
Okay. All right, would somebody like to make a motion?
I move to table, I don't have page 2 of it.
The executive session.
The executive session, okay, I move to table the executive session to obtain legal advice regarding a case of Pace versus Town of Paonia to the February 22nd meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I second.
Board discussion? Public discussion? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yep. So you've all got the Roberts Rules information, but just a point. Tabling is the wrong word here. You're continuing to a date certain. Thank you.
I amend my motion to say continue, not table.
Does the person who seconded agree with that?
I second it.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor of the main motion to continue this to a date certain?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. All right, we are at the end of the agenda, and I am concluding this meeting. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. It's been a marathon.